time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people. pay tribute to Liz Truss for her dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people.
Hey everyone, are we all ready for Rishi? How are we all doing? Hello, 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 welcome to the stream. Let's turn the lo-fi down. Hello, how are we all doing? Hello, Lautrec. Hey, Lorcan, always a pleasure to have you here. Non-binary superpowers, you know which ones. Patapatatio, I think. Is that, tell me, I'm working on this. I'm gonna keep working on it until I get it right. Welcome. Chicanery Games, Duke of Blonde, Shield Maiden, Finish with Life. Great username. Welcome everyone. Hello Deinonychus Turbo Laser. Hello to Crooked Canines Z. Or Crooked Canines maybe. The Foxy Nerd. Hello and welcome. Mr. Fishy. Arthur Dent 42. Whoa. A pop cultural reference. Charlie T06. Cynthia Citrus. Hello, hello, hello. Bass Junkie, Fair Thingale, W Cubum, Wakubum, welcome. Jen is here. Hello, Jen. Who else is here? Mac Chan Dunn says, love that dress. You look great. I know. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for the compliment. You're welcome for this. Canna Cass, welcome to the stream. Pocket Ellery, Llama Jammy, Pillbug Hug, welcome. Mel, hey Mel. Orkmom and Anne Divine, welcome to the stream. So today, Britain. If I'm gonna look like a Twitch politics streamer, I should do this. Because I'm intellectual. Today, Britain had a colossal Britain moment. Trans Salamander, welcome to the stream as well. This is my first Sophie stream I've been able to catch live. Yay. That's cool. Although you're not a first-time chatter, so I'm not sure that is technically true. Middle-earth Marxist! Hello! I didn't see you in the chat before. Welcome to the stream. Have you been complimented sufficiently on the little strands of hair at the front? They're super cute. Thank you so much, Lorcan. I really like them as well. I'm not sure the fringe is gone. I might still do the fringe, right? At the moment, this is a bit like hairspray, so it's not going to be able to brush into the fringe right now. But, the fringe isn't necessarily gone, but I am enjoying doing the little curtains. Nat has been, like, anti-mid-parting for years. And I've mid-parting pilled her. Yeah. By being hot. Yeah. That's my power. Don't worry, don't like the current tour PM, just give it 10 minutes and they'll have an identical one with a different name and face. Yeah, pretty much. So, Britain had a colossal Britain moment today. It's a colossal Britain moment because we've had this exact Britain moment 6 times in the last 10 years. And that Britain moment specifically is having an unelected prime minister. We just keep having unelected prime ministers, one after another, over and over again. This one is extra special, though. This one is extra special because this one is a prime minister by default. No one voted for Rishi Sunak. In fact, he lost the leadership election last time around. So for those who aren't familiar, we had, can I even remember all the fucking prime ministers we've had? So we had Gordon Brown was our first unelected prime minister.
Yep.
Then we had,
Theresa May.
then we had the coalition and then Cameron, who were elected because British people are scum.
Although,
And then we had
the
Theresa May.
coalition wasn't really elected to be a coalition.
I mean, to be fair,
So
no one
actually,
won
Cameron wasn't
no one won a
either.
clear majority in that election.
Yeah.
So Cameron didn't really fucking.
I hadn't even thought about that.
Then Cameron bet everything on the fact that they wouldn't vote for Brexit. They did vote for Brexit. Cameron went. We got Theresa May. Theresa May hid in a fridge to avoid debating Jeremy Corbyn. We got Boris Johnson instead. Boris Johnson said, get Brexit done. Got Brexit done. Brexit was fucking terrible. We got Liz Truss. Liz Truss lasted 44 days. Count them. Now we have Rishi. I hope everyone is ready for Rishi. Fun fact about me, I spent the first 10 minutes while the intermission screen was on walking around the house doing this. Just doing this over and over again. Because when I don't have my vape, 9 times out of 10, I've just tucked it in my bra and forgotten about it. So I just walked around the house like this for 10 minutes.
Just like, is it
And-
here?
There's lots of them. Maybe I've just there's lots of territory it could be tucked into. Liz the lettuce loser, exactly. Liz Truss's premiership was outlived by a lettuce that the Daily Star, I think, were taking bets on who would last longer. So we had Brown, then Cameron, then May, then Johnson, then Truss, and now Sunak. 6 prime ministers without having to outright win an election. 6 Tory ghouls sticking to the same party line of simply being a tulpa reanimated with the fucking energy and spirit and ghost of Margaret Thatcher's phylactery. And now there's another one! Yay! So, since we're all getting ready for Rishi, I thought maybe we'd have a little stream and talk about what Rishi Sunak's policies are. That's right, everyone. It's a fucking party. Yeah! It's gonna be so fun. We're talking about Tory policy. Woo! Yeah! Woohoo! Yes! Everyone loves talking about parliamentarianism. This is Sophie from Mars content, so you can expect that I will be talking about the knock-on effects and the materialism and how people are going to respond. I'm not just going to talk about policy, because I am not a wonk. I don't know why that tickled me so much. But before I get into all of that, I want to say, welcome everyone to the stream. If you enjoy the stream, remember I am doing my job, and I like getting paid for my job, and I have lost a lot of income recently from not being able to release videos because my dad died, and then I had surgery. So shit's been crazy. I've lost a lot of income, so I really appreciate if people would subscribe and share or donate directly to the stream and donate directly to this fundraiser to help me with expenses for the month. It would help me out a lot. Thank you very much, Shield Wall Spaces, for demonstrating how that works. You can do that with Command Tip. Right. Let's talk about what's wrong.
The video.
Yeah, to help me make a video.
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't say it.
Oh my god. Hey everyone, I'm gonna go off the stream for a second and have a long conversation with Nat about the ethics of soliciting tips online.
Okay.
No. It says help me. Oh, it doesn't say help me make video. The title's gone off the alert. Fuck. Shit.
That's what you're supposed to say.
Okay.
You wanna make a real good video,
The
get
title is gone off the fundraiser right now, but it did say help me make video because I want to make real good video, and the next video I'm making is gonna be Swish. I've already got my costume for it. I want to be able to pay collaborators fairly to help me put some content back out on my channel, bring my income back up. So that's what this will go towards. We are paying our bills. This will help the expenses for the video. What's okay. Shall we look at some policies? Let's look at some policies. Okay. Base Junkie, thank you for subscribing. Also, if you have Amazon Prime, you can give me... Let me quickly finish doing the plug. If you have Amazon Prime and it's linked to your Twitch account, you can subscribe for free. I get real money. So do that. You don't pay anything. I get real money. But if you have some money you want to give me, it's better that you donate it. Bezos gets nothing, no cut whatsoever. So bear that in mind. Okay, let's talk about some policies. This is the six main things one? What the I was just looking at this on my... Oh no, it's fine. I can say I tried later. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's alright. It's fine. Don't worry. We're okay. We're okay. We're alright. I look fucking cute today.
Yeah.
I look fucking cute.
Yeah, you do.
If you're enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream by complimenting how cute I look and then giving me money. What will Rishi Sunak do as PM? Where the ex-chancellor stands on Brexit, net zero, and NHS. These are the broad strokes. We're going to dive into some specific policy shit in a minute. I just want to prep people with what it kind of looks like. It's very milquetoast Tory platform in many ways. It's when we get into the nitty-gritty that it gets a bit more maniacal, right? Tax. Unlike Ms. Truss, unlike Ms. Truss, Mr. Sunak took a more cautious approach to tax cuts during the last leadership election, calling those promised by his rival a moral failure, and her plans to raise borrowing to pay for them as comforting fairy tales. Instead, the former chancellor promised to deliver tax cuts that drive growth, but only in a way that is responsible, and once the UK has got a grip of inflation. The UK does need more inflation. I'm sure that's what he meant by that. We need as much as possible. That's the policy. Cost of living crisis. During the race against Ms. Truss, he said he was ready to deploy a few billion pounds to help struggling households, but charities warned much more was needed to tackle the scale of the issue. His offer did, however, outstrip what his rival put on the table during the contest. Right. Tax and cost of living crisis. Feels like a good place to stop and discuss it. Economic inflation, Rule 34. Tax. That doesn't get into the specifics of it, and I'm hoping that we can dive into the specifics of it a little bit more in a bit, because Sunak is kind of a free market maniac. He's kind of one of the most pronounced, free market guys in the Tory party. And
a billionaire.
And a billionaire himself. So, him saying that Liz Truss's approach to tax was was a moral failure, and that she would borrow more to pay for the tax cuts. She was trying to tax the poor more, right? She did not she literally cut taxes from the
Yeah,
she literally raised tax on the poor and cut it on the rich. So
she raised tax on the poor, but she cut it from
the moral failure thing would imply he wanted to do the opposite, but we will see. As for the cost of living crisis, a few billion pounds, it's an interesting thing because Truss was already proposing a large stimulus package essentially to cap. She was proposing, what's the right term? Subsidizing the electricity network to cap the rise of bills. They were debating this in Parliament on the day that the Queen died. Excellent work, Agent Truss. I remember on LBC, they had a woman on who is a disabled mother of four, and she was just saying this will help you a little bit if you already have enough money to survive, and if you don't, you're just fucked anyway. So it's a bad policy. I would take the charities warning there very seriously. They're not. It's not going to be enough. I think that I said ooh out loud at the phrase free market maniac. Yeah, we'll see. We'll get into it hopefully. I don't think that any Tory is going to do enough to deal with the cost of living crisis. Primarily because the thing singular that you can do to deal with the cost of living crisis is the two things really is nationalize the electricity grid so that people have their electricity paid for in taxes, and switch off of oil to green energy. Those are the things. Those are literally the things. Like the cost of living crisis comes out of economic inflation, the recession, the effects of Brexit, and from the war in Ukraine, because Ukraine was a big oil supplier to Europe, right? Not to us.
No, it's
literally not.
No, it's because of.
You have to be closer for them to hear you.
It's Britain. Only 5% of Britain's oil came from like Russia. So because the reduction in supply has meant that British suppliers can sell their oil for more elsewhere, that's what they're doing.
Nice. Very cool.
It's not because we suddenly have a lack of supply.
It's just the free market.
Suppliers can charge more for it.
Awesome.
Even, yeah.
So it is only the government refusing to regulate it that is the awesome. Okay,
yes.
Cool.
Completely solvable.
So entirely solvable by nationalization,
yes,
actually.
100%.
But in terms of the climate, we still should be switching off of oil anyway.
That would make it even more solvable.
It would make it even more solvable and long-term sustainable. I was not prepared for Rishi to be an even bigger stroppy bottom than Liz, but here we are. We will see. I saw someone earlier tweeting, new Prime Minister, time to have the normal discourse. What's his FetLife profile? What is he like in the bedroom? It's a valid point. There was some misogyny with Truss. I will carry the misogyny on forward with Rishi by insisting that he is an egg. Yeah, as Nat pointed out, it's entirely solvable. If the government would nationalize energy, it would be so solvable.
Labour's proposals are to heavy air quotes solve the crisis are the same, just a little bit more.
Yeah. Because neoliberalism has such a horrifying death grip on this country.
Yeah.
Emphasis on the death part.
Yeah.
That we will not MILF pills for Rishi. Unless we have someone who's explicitly stated socialist politics, we're just not going to have someone who's like, the solution is to nationalize it. We will get into that as a possibility later. So, back to the policies. Back to the policy breakdown. Oh my god. It's me on... Oh no, it's an infinite stream nightmare. Fuck. Okay. Immigration. During the leadership contest against Ms. Truss, he took a hardline stance against immigration. I'm shocked. Well, not that shocked. He unveiled a plan that proposed a cap on the number of refugees accepted each year and withholding aid from poor countries that refuse to take back failed asylum seekers. It also promised a narrower definition of who qualifies for asylum compared to that offered by the European Convention on Human Rights. Mr. Sunak reiterated his support for the government's controversial Rwanda asylum policy, saying he would do whatever it takes to get it up and running. So this is... For those who don't know about Rwanda, the government has basically been pushing through trying to make it so that people are not processed for asylum in the UK. Like, they escape from whatever fucking country they've had to, seek asylum from because they're gay, because they're a religious minority, they're an ethnic minority who's persecuted, because they're a political enemy of the state, fucking whatever, and then they get to Britain, and then Britain flies them to Rwanda, where, by the way, it's illegal to be gay, and the British government has been entirely clear that they will not stop the Rwandan government from persecuting people for being gay if they are sent to Rwanda, where it is illegal to be gay. So that's very cool. Taking cues from Australia. Yes, literally. Very, 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 very literally, this is inspired by Australia's scheme where they have an island where refugees are processed.
Concentration camp.
It is a concentration
On a
camp of asylum
colonised
seekers.
island.
Yes. Hello, I just got here. What's the donation no meter for? It is for expenses for a video.
Okay.
It's for expenses for a video. I've lost a lot of income from not releasing videos the last few months because I've had some shit going on, and I want to be able to pay collaborators fairly and make a really cool video to get back shit rolling again on my channel. So if you can donate, Bezos doesn't get a cut of it. So if you're enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer, but I'd most appreciate if you donate directly using command tip. Anti-raid protesters of the same kind who like stop immigration vans that are like rocking up into people's neighborhoods and like forcibly kidnapping people from their houses.
And then trafficking them to Rwanda.
Of the same kind who do that have been like laying out across the road to the airport, or laying out across the air runway to stop the flights from Rwanda. The flights to Rwanda, rather. I don't think all of those have been successful.
I don't think they've
that
done it yet.
No, they definitely delayed. They definitely delayed long enough to get some people, immigration lawyers, processing their claims to like basically to get them off the flight. Like I know that some people have been taken off flights due to the protest actions slowing down their deportation. Sophie has bills. How else is she going to afford a succulent Chinese meal? Thank you, Master of the Art. You are correct. A succulent Chinese meal. I would like a succulent. I can't lie. I would love a succulent Chinese meal. So that's the plan that they're referring to when they're saying that. Thank you very much, Charlie T. That's the plan they're referring to when they're saying that Rishi Sunak is entirely behind the government's controversial Rwanda plan and has promised to push it forward even harder. So that's great. That's fucking awesome. I love to live in the most normal country on earth. It's so cool. Next policy. Brexit and Europe. Mr. Sunak, who voted to leave the EU, vowed to fast-track the ripping up of EU rules in the previous leadership race. This is absolutely no surprise. As I said before, Sunak is a big free market guy, so of course he thinks that any kind of regulation from the EU that, stops us getting cholera is a bad one that's like harming businesses. He promised to scrap or reform all EU law or bureaucracy still in the statute book by the time of the next general election and have initial recommendations on whether each law stays or goes within 100 days. So this is an opportune time for me to talk about the general election because I have a feeling, Nat disagrees with me here, so she is going to interject. That's a warning for everyone. That's a promise. So when Sunak says by the time of the next general election, that's a point of contention. So in the last decade of unelected prime ministers, it has been very normal for the Tory party to bring in their new ghoul, right? And then wait about 6 months for everyone to get used to the new ghoul. And then that's when we get the general election because no one fucking voted for them, so they should have a chance to actually compete in an election. However, the next general election is in 2 years' time, right? 2 years versus 6 months. In my opinion, they're much more likely to just like grin and bear it with whoever they have in, right? Whether it's Sunak or whether like Sunak fails catastrophically and they bring in someone else, or whether like the revolving door strategy is consciously the way they're going to go until the general election. So when Sunak says by the time of the next general election, it's possible that he's not actually thinking on a short-term timescale of like once he's in, there'll be a general election in about 6 months' time and he'll do it by then. It's possible he means in 2024 and he just has no intention of calling a general election. That's my feeling. That's just my feeling on it.
Point of opposition.
Nat disagrees. Come closer to the mic.
My points about. I'm not saying it's impossible. I think
next 3 PMs will be Boris in various wigs. The next X PMs of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland until such time as the political entity is destroyed, will be Margaret Thatcher inhabiting various bodies.
That's already happening.
I'm saying all the prime ministers
Yeah.
since Margaret Thatcher and
Yes.
until the end of the UK
Yes.
will simply be that.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. So my opinions, my points of contention are that, that was already
These opinions do not represent Sophie from Mars LLC.
that was already true for like Truss and Boris, right? But they still did it anyway. They still called a general election because they want some kind of mandate, and also
Truss?
yeah.
They didn't call a general election
No,
for Truss.
but they would have done in a few months' time.
Well, how do you know that?
Because that's what they did before, that's what they were talking about doing, that's what everyone was gearing up to do, that's what they were gearing up to do. Also, whatever he's saying here, it's not up to him whether they call a general election or not, it's up to his party, it's up to...
So do you think that the Tory party will want to have a general election in 6 months?
The thing is, if they don't call a general election, what will happen is there will be a vote of no confidence, and if they fail it, a general election will be called for them, which is way more embarrassing. So
MPs have to call the vote of no confidence.
Yeah. So obviously,
The
including
vast
Tory
majority of parliamentary MPs right now are Tory.
MPs. Right, of
like
course.
a super majority of the parliament.
But that's what happened. Boris barely scraped through that.
Okay.
Right, like if they've just had 2 unelected PMs in a row, they're gonna want to have some kind of normal going on, and they're freaking out. When Liz Truss was that fracking vote, where Liz Truss told everyone that fracking vote needed to be considered a confidence vote against her, Tory MPs were physically pushing each other into the voting booths to force each other to vote. They're going insane.
And then the party went back on the line that it was a no confidence vote when they started voting against it because they didn't want it to be a no confidence vote because they didn't want a general election.
Like, anything could happen, but at the same time, like, the more like... But I mean... I mean...
The Tory
okay.
party is a fucking reanimated...
Right.
Is a reanimated ghoul corpse without a conscience, a brain cell, or a moral fibre between any of them.
I think the most likely options are that either he'll hang about for a few months and then they'll call a general election, or they'll freak out so much and they'll try and get somebody else in, Jeremy Hunt or some shit.
SVCJ, thank you very much for the £49 to get us to 69. Very nice. And you said, have some free market points. I am more free now in the free market now that I have more money. That is literally how the free market works. Sorry, it's just if that doesn't frighten everyone. Okay. If they have Jen says if they have a general election in the next 6 months, then they'll lose 200 seats. That's what I'm saying. They only care about sinking their nails in as hard as possible and just clinging on to power by any fucking means. They don't fucking care that, like, that genuinely...
But what if they start telling people that clowns are gonna kill their children, and then they'll be fine?
Well, we will discuss later in the stream about whether clowns are gonna kill Tory's children.
Right.
So, let's have more policies. Why not? Law and order. Yay! Mr. Sunak said criminals who refuse to attend court for their sentence. That's a very interesting. This is always delightful to me.
Yeah, what happened to innocent until
this is the Independent, right? There's no quote around criminals, right?
Yeah.
Criminals is an essentialist category, like a metaphysical category of person, right? Like, you've done a crime, you are a criminal. Sorry, Ultra Valkyrie first time chatter has just asked pro or anti, and did you just join the stream? Are you asking if I'm pro or anti Sunak? I'm ready for Rishi. I don't know about you. In the last leadership contest, oh sorry, I need to put it back on screen. In the last leadership contest, sorry, criminals who refuse to attend court for their sentencing would face longer terms behind bars under his premiership. It's like, to the Tory brain, this is saying these criminals who don't even respect the due process, they'll get punished for not even showing up to court because they're just out doing more stabbings or whatever. Fucking, in reality, this is just people who are poor. Right? This is just people who are poor, people who don't speak English fluently, people who don't have access to a lawyer, people who are disabled, right? This is just all of the most marginalized people. That's the reason that they wouldn't show up to their court date. It's not, and bearing in mind that like addiction is like addicts are an extreme form of like a marginalized community. Like a common reason that people both are booked for a crime and then miss their court date is alcoholism, is addiction. Like, all the fucking reasons that people are missing a court date is not I'm so pissed. This is just such deep Tory brain. It's such classic Tory brain to like focus on like the slimmest proportion of the reason why something happens and be like, they're all like that, so they should be punished for it. And it's like, no, in reality, it's all like the opposite reason. And in a society that like cared about human beings at all, this would be a perfect demonstration of why punitive justice doesn't work, and we need some kind of rehabilitative, restorative, transformative justice process instead for people who are causing harm to the social fabric or whatever fucking nonsense you want to believe that the law is, as if crime isn't just a ledger of wrongdoings the working class have supposedly done to one another, held up to convince us that we couldn't govern ourselves without a ruling class oppressing us, right? These people should be helped to be part of society. I'm so annoyed. Anyway, in the last leadership contest, he said police would be ordered to take tougher action to tackle grooming gangs, and officers must be focused on fighting actual crime instead of policing bad jokes on Twitter. That's very funny.
I love all the dog whistles really pumped in there.
That's very funny because he is at the same time reading Liz Truss for filth, for being an absolutely brainworm-infested TERF.
He's been courting the transphobes.
I know. No, I fucking know that. Babe. Do you think I don't know Rishi is a trans... Do you think I don't know Rishi Sunak is a transphobe?
Okay.
At the same time, he is reading Liz Truss for filth, for being a TERF, for trying to, like, push policies that would be like... Yes, it's an anime girl, but it's a real gun! And at the same time, he's like, don't worry, everyone. I may be brown, but I'm still racist. Tory brain. Sorry.
Just in case anyone isn't aware, because this is British specific, I guess. Grooming gangs is very much a dog whistle against South Asians.
Yes, within the remit of I was making a fly go away there. I just didn't want it to look like I was like trying to shoo you off the screen. There was literally a fly on the screen there. I know there's been some tension on stream so far, but I just wanted to be clear that like I will use the misting bottle to get you to go away if I need to.
You can lens clean it.
Lens clean it. Yeah, within the like racist conspiracy world of British gammons, within like the British equivalents to QAnon. Yeah. Not QAnon exactly, because I think TERF's a British QAnon really. Within the British equivalent to MAGA, grooming gangs is specifically this talking point about South Asian communities, that there are all of these brown men who are abducting white young girls and molesting them. As I say, it is Sunak saying to the Tory audience, I may be brown, don't worry, I am still racist. Defense. He has previously said the NATO target for 2% of GDP was a floor and not a ceiling, and said it was set to rise to 2.5%. Mr. Sunak noted this was set to rise 2.5% over time, but refused to set arbitrary targets. fuck NATO. Right. NHS. Mr. Sunak promised a vaccines-style task force to tackle NHS backlogs, saying this issue would be one of his top priorities. Vaccines-style. So what I think he means here is...
Where they actually do stuff. That's what he means
What
when they actually do something.
What I think he means here is operating in a similar manner to the COVID vaccination.
Yeah.
And
acting as if it's an emergency. Because it's an emergency.
acting...
Our friend called an ambulance like a week ago and it just didn't show up.
I love you so much.
I love you. It's freaking me out.
It's freaking me out too. Do you think I wasn't going to say that just now?
Yeah, you should
Okay.
say it again.
Our friend called an ambulance a few nights ago and it just didn't show up. It's freaking me out. But he's the first brown PM. He can't be a fascist. Yeah, no, I literally just saw... I was just on TikTok and I saw a South Asian guy, like, celebrating Rishi Sunak being PM, and it's like, he's a Tory. Do you think this is good for you? Do you think this is good for anyone? What? I think that Sunak means operating in a similar fashion to the COVID-19 vaccine, by which he means doctors giving people medicine for free, which is how the NHS is supposed to work. That's literally, that's just how the NHS is supposed to work. Or maybe he means doctors being set up in emergency centers in big Asda. Maybe that's what he means. Is that the parts of big Tesco will be cordoned off to operate as emergency rooms from now on instead.
Overtime, underpaid.
Yeah, of course, because of course, the nurses are not getting a pay rise unless they go on strike, which they are now going on strike, having asked for a fucking pay rise a bajillion times, and not even the Labour Party are saying they should have a pay rise. He previously said he planned to expand the network of specialist surgical centres and community diagnostics hubs in order to eliminate 1-year NHS waiting times 6 months earlier than planned by September 2024, and to get overall numbers falling by next year. So that's an interesting... It's interesting to see the policies that they... It's always interesting to assess whether a Tory is hopelessly naive or lying through their teeth. Let me think about the best way to explain this. My mum had a hip replacement surgery earlier this year. Hip replacements have been moved from essential care to... my brain will only let me think cosmetic surgery, but it's not that it's listed explicitly as a cosmetic surgery, but it's listed as non-essential care, essentially. It's a fucking hip replacement. She couldn't walk. And these are the kind of changes that have been rolling through the NHS as part of Tory policy for the last decade. For more than the last decade, really. Because the Tories want to kill the single best thing that Britain has ever achieved. The single best thing that the United Kingdom, that anyone from the United Kingdom could ever claim to be proud of is the NHS. And the Tories desperately want to kill it in favor of their national pride, which is pride for the history of colonialism, the empire, slavery, monarchy, just robbing from the poor to give to the rich. Changes like this, alongside massive defunding, massively overworking doctors, bringing in underpaid labor to staff the NHS from other countries as an ongoing form of neocolonialism. These are the things that are bringing the NHS to shit. An extreme example of how underfunding fucks the NHS is that a few years ago, there was a North Korean cyber attack on the NHS systems, which the NHS wasn't prepared for because Theresa May, while Home Secretary, had refused to update the government's agreement, contract agreement, license with Microsoft. So so the entire NHS was still running on
Windows XP.
Windows XP. I was gonna say 98. That's it can't be 98. It was XP. It was XP. Windows XP still. And so a North Korean hacker was able to bring down the entire NHS computer system, and then the government had to rush through changes really fast.
No. The government didn't rush through changes. Microsoft.
Oh my god.
Had to commit to changing its business model. Microsoft had to commit to further support for Windows XP after they'd shut down support for Windows XP, just so that the NHS could limp on.
Now that's what I call a public-private partnership.
Yeah.
Now that's what I call neoliberalism. And everyone's patient records were on the computers. All of the administrative tasks were on the computers.
They were writing everyone's names on whiteboards.
We were in a hospital trying to get treatment, and they were putting the details on a whiteboard.
They were very stressed.
They were so stressed out. This is the kind of shit that's been crippling the NHS for the last, decade at least, but realistically it's been the Tory project to destroy the NHS for decades. So again, it's interesting to try to assess whether a Tory is hopelessly naive or a consciously evil scumbag lying through their teeth. So when Sunak is saying he's promising a vaccine-style task force to tackle NHS backlogs, it's right, so you don't want to pay doctors better. You don't want to hire more doctors or nurses. You want to do a task force similar to the COVID-19 thing to clear the backlogs, then it'll be fine. And to expand the network of specialist surgical centres and community diagnostics hubs in order to eliminate 1-year NHS waiting times 6 months earlier than planned by September 2024, and to get overall numbers falling by next year. Right. Specialist surgical centres and community diagnostics hubs is not hospitals and GPs, right? It could be. There's a way round where it could be. But what I think he's saying is he wants further privatization.
Yeah.
I think what he's saying is he wants to give more private medical care options to people, right? And then when nobody just has the money to actually fucking afford any of that, maybe the government will subsidize some people on low incomes to be able to afford it, which, people on low incomes deserve medical care, but everyone deserves medical care is the thing. And again, they could put the money just directly into the NHS. They could put the money directly into getting everything updated, getting everything off Windows XP for a start, more doctors, paying doctors better, fewer hours, and that could actually fix the NHS in the most obvious possible way. So again, hopelessly naive? I think in this case I'm going to say hopelessly naive, because I do believe Sunak is incredibly dedicated to free market gibberish. That's my inclination on this one. I think that he believes that free market economics is a real thing and not just a con invented by a maniac in Chicago.
Billionaires often do.
Right. Climate change and net zero. The Tory leadership hopeful said he remained committed to hitting the target of net zero emissions by 2050. In the last race, he pledged to keep the ban on building new onshore wind farms. Awesome. But wants to introduce a legal target to make Britain energy self-sufficient by 2045 by overseeing a massive expansion in offshore turbines.
Okay.
So he does want turbines, to be clear. Just not on.
What about fracking?
Just not on the land. We will go look at fracking in a second. I'm going through the big ones. Also, no mention of oil. No mention of moving off of oil whatsoever. Just we'll get more turbines, that'll fix it.
As someone who grew up in the fens, onshore turbines rule. They look so beautiful in the Fenland
I agree.
landscape, but unfortunately, there's a bunch of old crusties.
And here's a big
in the
advantage.
Fens who are like, save our landscapes, but they literally look so much better.
Listen, here's how you pacify the NIMBYs, right? The Fens should have as many turbines in it as possible.
Yeah.
As possible.
I agree.
Because when the sea levels rise, they will become offshore turbines anyway.
You're so smart.
Because the Fens was a marshland that was drained by the Dutch.
Yes.
And so when the sea levels rise, it is just going to fill up like a big bowl of soup.
Absolutely.
And those onshore turbines will just become offshore turbines anyway.
Win fucking win.
It's win-win. You get to enjoy them as onshore turbines. Everyone else gets, the mutants and the Mad Max raiders get to enjoy them as offshore turbines. That's win-win. Okay. Foreign Affairs, Mr. Sunak has declared China the biggest long-term threat to Britain.
Fuck off.
He promised to close all 30 of Beijing's Confucius institutes in the UK and kick the CCP out of our universities. Okay, it's time for Tanky from Mars. It's time for me to defend the Chinese state. No, that's not true. It's time for me to talk about how global capitalism...
Defend Chinese students and academics.
I mean, for real...
That's horrific.
For real, he's just
That's
trying to like... Yeah, he's just McCarthyism. But in terms of biggest long-term threat to Britain, global capitalism right now...
It's killing us right now!
Global capitalism is okay. Let's get the fucking world up. Fucking hell. I'm so angry. I'm so angry right now.
Not again.
We gotta get the world. I'm getting the world up. Okay.
You're always doing this.
I am always doing this. Everybody drink. Okay. World. 73% of the world's income, 14% of the world's population inside the most militarized borders in the world, 86% of the world's population, 27% of the world's income outside the most militarized borders. What a coincidence! It's like you're looking at a map of the imperial core and the imperial periphery just laid out in front of you. And what's this? Right here, right down here on the screen. Would you look at this bit right here? Does that look like China to you? That's correct. It's in the imperial periphery. It's also one of the largest population centers in the entire world. And check this out, thanks to industrialization and then deindustrialization, it's the world's fucking largest manufacturer of electrical goods, plastics, pharmaceuticals, fucking everything, right? China is not a threat to countries in the imperial core, right? China is...
It is essential to their survival.
China as it currently exists, the CCP as it currently exists, to be clear, not communist at all, is not, thanks to your boy Deng, is not... threatening Western powers with some kind of red menace. China and the CCP currently are propping up the Western powers, the imperial core's ability to function whatsoever. This idea of like China as a threat, right, is discussed so much in Western politics, and also, by the way, so many fucking debate bro dipshits buy into this. And this is a big point of deviation that you need to understand, where they are getting shit so deeply wrong. Like, China is not an ascendant power. It's that I think I'm better. No, I mean, it's actually because I'm manipulating video essayists into hating them. China is not an ascendant power in some kind of free market where, like, you can just, like, win by doing capitalism more, right? That's taking fucking Deng at his word, and Deng was a dipshit. So, China is not going to become economically stronger than the countries that that trade with a huge deficit with China in the imperial core. The countries that have more money and benefit from the legacy of colonialism, of fucking white supremacy, right? All of these countries in the imperial core are banded together into formats like NATO, the EU, right? The fucking TTIP or whatever shit, right? Economic arrangements, the Commonwealth, right? Like fucking all these arrangements that are legally preserving the legacy of empire and the legacy of white supremacy are like these kind of arrangements like pale imitations of them might exist between some countries in the imperial periphery, but all the countries in the imperial periphery fundamentally are looted and plundered continually, even if they have like an active seeming role in the global economy, right? So China manufacturing a ton of shit might look like an active participatory role in the global economy. It's not. China is not going to just like outcompete us and then be doing better, right? They're not just going to be like suddenly fucking the most powerful rich nation on earth because they make more shit, because they're making shit to sell dirt cheap to us, right? There's no way around where that shit works. And the talk about China being a threat is based on this idea that like by growing their GDP they'll beat us, by going up like rankings on a table they will become more powerful, and that's just not how it fucking works. And when you think about what it actually means for them to constantly be propagandizing against China, given China's actual role in the global economy, it means they are saying, get ready if China starts to break away in any sense, if China starts to realize its actual role, if China starts to say, hey, we are making all the shit in the world, we are pretty strong, we could just withhold that from you. We could just be self-sufficient. We could actually turn communist, which they're not gonna do. Like the CCP is not actually gonna fucking do. But if there was a revolution in China and actual communists were in charge, right? Then the Western powers would have already prepped you for decades with this Red Menace, McCarthyite fucking gibberish about China to go, we have to seize the resources that China was trading with us amicably and is now withholding from us cruelly, right? And we have to do that forcibly. We have to do that with war, right? It's been done before, literally. Literally, the Opium Wars.
Yeah.
Like, this form of colonialism where there's economic imperialism, right? Where a country has to buy your goods for more than they're worth because you have power and you will fuck them up if they don't. Then there's just boots on the ground invasion, right? But like the two are so closely interlinked. They are like this, right? Because when a country then does say, I don't want to buy tons of opium from you because it seems like that will just fuck up our country really bad, then you just have a war with them until they lose and they surrender and they agree to buy all your opium. And that's what Britain did to China. And this all is like the same in reverse, right? It's like currently they sell us all of these manufactured goods for essentially less than they should. Like labor in China is like they are selling them almost at cost. They are selling them like almost just for the materials. Labor in China is so cheap and so undervalued, right, by the countries that are buying the manufactured goods. And if China ever tried to renegotiate that relationship, we've already been prepped for such a long fucking time for the idea that China is a threat, and that move would be taken as China declaring war, trying to become the most powerful country in the world. None of this is a defense of the CCP. None of this. What this is a fucking proactive defense of actual communists who could rule China. What this is a defense of like working class people in the imperial periphery ever trying to liberate themselves in the way that a socialist project really would. And if anyone is trying to sell you the China is a threat myth, they're a racist for one. It usually comes back to racism. But for another, if they're trying to sell you this shit and they call themselves a leftist, bear in mind, that's my main debate point to people who would like to debate that issue. And if they can refute that, I will accept rebuttals. China is not going to like capitalistically overtake the West. That's just not how it works. Capitalist logic is zero-sum. There is a winner and a loser in every interaction. And the current shape of global power... This is the current shape of global power, if you were not keeping up, is that the countries in green here are the winner in every interaction, and the countries in grey are the loser in every interaction. And the China is the biggest threat. The China will become the economic superpower. All of that shit, right? Is there going to be a VOD of this stream? Yeah, I'm gonna. It goes up on my Sophie from Mars streams channel. Look it up on YouTube. And the China is a threat propaganda is there to prepare us in case China ever tries to say, I would like to be the winner in a single interaction, or check this out, we would like to withdraw from the zero-sum logic and just have our people live equitably, considering that we are a billion of the 8 billion people on the planet.
A justifiable...
Closer to the mic, closer to the mic, closer to the mic, closer to the mic. I'll just move it closer to you.
It's not a justifiable, rational economic system or perspective on the world that says that China, with a population of 1 billion, just tipping over to have more GDP than America, a population with 300 million, is a terrifying attack on the world. That's not just reasonable, rational.
It's
that
nonsense. It's fucking nonsense.
White supremacy and imperialism.
Yes. And Zizek Sniff outlined this concept of political correlationism, where you believe whatever fucking shit is opposite to what your political enemies believe. So when they define their positions, you believe just what the opposite is to that. Anti-imperialism does not mean standing the CCP or Assad or Putin or any of this shit. It means opposition to imperialism, right? And so to be anti-imperialist, as I hope I've just outlined, does not involve standing the CCP. Okay, let's talk about the climate. Let's do it. Let's talk about the climate. That'll cheer everyone up. Everyone loves talking about the climate. Let's go. Let's go. We're still on Sunak, by the way, in case you forgot. This is a Sunak stream. We're all ready for Rishi in here. If you're enjoying the stream, by the way, I should also catch up with chat. Let's catch up with chat first. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. I'm doing my job right now, and I like when I get paid for my job. I have this little fundraiser over here to help me pay collaborators fairly on my next video, so I can make my next video very good. And I lost a lot of income from not being able to release videos for the last few months because I've had some shit going on. So if you would like to pay for the stream, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider subscribing or cheering or donating directly using Command Tip. If you donate directly using Command Tip, Bezos doesn't get a cut of it. But also, if you have a Prime subscription already, if you have a Prime account, you can link it to your Twitch account, and then you can subscribe to me for free. You literally don't pay anything, and I do get real money. So bear that in mind as well. Subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip to help me out there. Thank you, Lieutenant Alenko. That was very good timing. Fire content can't stay for long now, but I will rewatch this when it goes up on the channel. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I can't say anything in chat about Rishi lmao. That's okay, Quill. That's all right. We're going through his policies, so you will be able to. You will absolutely. By the way, I hope you're doing okay. I was having a chat with the big man this morning, and I was thinking about you. Conquest of Cornbread just subscribed. That's excellent. I wonder if Conquest of Cornbread and Conquest of Dread are related. Andy has just texted me on Signal and said, "Tanky from Mars, I'm cackling." Tanky from Mars is something that a completely unhinged Debate Bro fan started calling me in response to me not disavowing
not just one of them.
Random women of color that they started harassing. I just made this today. Hang on a second. I just made this on TikTok today. I wanted to show it.
I'm not clearing up a single room about me. I don't give a fuck what you see. Go hate again. I'm not clearing up.
I love this guy. I loved this so much.
I'm not clearing up a single rumor about me. I don't give a fuck what you hear. Go hear it again. I'm not clearing up a single rumor about me. I don't give a fuck what you hear. Go hear it again.
Anyway, right, sorry. We were looking at the climate. Okay. Truss was accused of launching the biggest attack on nature in a generation in her short stint as Prime Minister. Can you pass me that the second book down there? Before resigning last week, she presided over a government that ended a ban on fracking, greenlit a new oil and gas licensing round, and announced the creation of investment zones where planning rules could be loosened. Her administration published legislation aimed at axing the remaining European laws, hundreds of which protect the environment, and said it was reviewing the introduction of a scheme that will pay farmers to enhance nature. There were reports also that the Prime Minister had advised King Charles, fuck the King, a long-time environmentalist, to stay away from COP27, while prior to her resignation it remained unclear whether she herself would attend the climate summit. Environmentalists welcomed some decisions made by her government, including loosening restrictions around onshore wind development, but all in all, conservationists and climate activists were alarmed by many of its proposals. The government repeatedly said its claims intended to go back on its environmental... The government repeatedly said claims it intended to go back on its environmental commitments were not true, and that it was fully committed to halting the decline of nature by 2023. I am dedicated to separating space from time as ethereal concepts and ending space-time by 2046. So adding that it would not undermine its obligations to the environment in pursuit of growth. Now all eyes are on Rishi Sunak, who will become Britain's next Prime Minister. What has he said about the environment? Sunak has said he is committed to keeping the government's legally binding goal of reaching net zero emissions by 2050. This was in the article that we just read as well. And I just have to say, keeping in place the legal, the legal mechanism that, the government will have broken the law if they don't do it. A crucial component of British brain, and the more advanced form of British brain, Tory brain, is cop brain. And the idea that in any meaningful sense, keeping the legal requirement for the government to not break the law, it's like, you're the government, dog! You fucking make the law! Okay. During the leadership race this summer, he said he was committed to reforming farm payments that Ms. Truss's government went on to put under review. He has said the country needs to insulate millions of homes, rewire the global financial system for net zero, and implement plans to protect a third of the UK for nature. But he is also committed to driving up North Sea gas production, which will add more greenhouse gas emissions into the Earth's atmosphere, and he said he would scrap plans to relax a ban on onshore wind farms. Awesome. What about his record as an MP and a former Chancellor? Mr. Sunak's record on climate action has been described as mixed. That's great. That's what you need to save the planet. That's what you need to stop the planet from being on fire, is someone with a record that is mixed.
Ambivalent.
It's at this point that I would like to recommend a book I've been reading, which I'm greatly enjoying. It's called We Are Nature Defending Itself. We should be getting the authors of this on Red Planet in a couple of weeks' time. They are... Isabel Fremeau and Jay Jordan from the Laboratory of Insurrectionary Imagination. They founded the rebel clown army, and this is like a history of the ZAD. For those who aren't familiar, the Zone à Défense, a French activist encampment, I guess is the best way to describe it. Lithic Lyra, thank you very much for tipping £4.38 and saying, I really love your videos and I can't wait for your takes on Pathologic. And then a little face in emojis, which I think is pronounced like... so thank you very much for that. And thank you... Did you like that?
Yeah.
You enjoyed that? Okay. And I think that someone else tipped... No? I'm mistaken, don't worry. Interesting. Oh my god, my heat pad, I turned it up too hot. It's too hot on my butt. My butt's sweating. Okay. This book is very good. It's called We Are Nature Defending Itself. And it's just basically about joining climate resistance. It's just about joining the people who are like camping out outside oil refineries and stopping them from being able to do the thing they are doing in order to save the fucking planet. And obviously they are very mixed. They have a very mixed opinion on the planet dying. Right. I said I would catch up with chat. Should I do that? No, I'm going to finish this article first, then I'm going to do that. That's fine. Right. Ed Matthew, campaigns director at E3G, an independent think tank. I love think tanks. They always help. That aims to accelerate a global transition to a low carbon future. Awesome. Said he thought Sunak's approach overall was greener than that of Miss Truss, but added that wasn't exactly hard. When you look at his record as Chancellor, he didn't put the clean economy and climate action right at the heart of his mission, he said of Mr. Sunak. You can't solve climate change and reach the 1.5C target set by the United Nations with a half-hearted approach to climate action. You need to be all in. I will say furthermore than that, climate change and capitalism are inseparable. They are both facets of the same thing. The world eater, the fucking worm, the future eater that is devouring the planet, it is the same thing which possesses the facets of white supremacy and patriarchy and eugenics and ableism and all of the juicy, excellent, raw sauce that is just making our lives so good. And you can't actually stop climate change without stopping capitalism. My view is that's doable. Some people get very doomer about that. Not just doable, but is gonna happen. But all of this policy wonk shit makes me break out in hives. Because when people are like, you need to push harder, you need to be really dedicated with your policies as a Tory Prime Minister in the British Parliament to stop climate change. And it's like, yeah, my guy, that's why you're in a think tank that's dedicated to a low-carbon future. You want to say something? Hello?
The UK...
It's nat time.
The UK could become entirely carbon neutral and would be doing more damage to the planet in Westminster and Canary Wharf than all of the emissions that happen in the UK.
I'm bringing the world back up.
That's what capitalism means. You
gotta...
can offshore all the nasty business, profit from it, consume it, and then everyone else has to... You know those fucking graphs that they show you about emissions from each country, and they love to talk about China and India? What are those emissions producing, and who are they producing for? If China is producing the goods, is the manufacturing hub for the rest of the world, and especially the imperial core, then it's the imperial core that is responsible for those emissions.
The China and India are both negative emitters according to their fair share of emissions. If you calculate instead based on who's using the stuff that gets made and where, and also adjust for just population size, China and India are literally negative emitters. Anyway. Right. Also been accused of blocking green policies that encourage short-term costs, more because conservatives are all short-term thinkers. Moreover, ahead of the UN climate summit held in Glasgow last year, Mr. Sunak cut air passenger duty on domestic flights as well as overseas aid and was accused of distancing himself from a key review on the economics of biodiversity. He's been reasonably good at the aspects of net zero that didn't require him as Chancellor to spend any money.
Makes sense.
Wow, what a surprise! A neoliberal who doesn't like to spend any money on good things? Wow! But when it came to actually serious supporting a net zero as Chancellor, he fell short. One of the biggest decisions Mr. Sunak made as Chancellor when it came to the climate was in response to the impact Russia's invasion of Ukraine had on energy prices. In May, he reluctantly brought in a windfall tax on oil and gas companies to help pay for energy support for British households, but the measure also included tax relief to incentivize firms to invest in fossil fuel extraction in the North Sea, sparking criticism that he had jeopardized the UK's climate credentials. The fastest way to get off Russian oil and gas was to go hell for leather on renewables and energy efficiency. I'm hoping he will seriously rethink his approach. He won't, is the thing. Now Mr. Sunak, they've actually spelled it swank there, is set to become Britain's next Prime Minister. Climate campaigners will be looking to see if he will replace Jacob Rees-Mogg as Business Secretary and Renil Jayawadena as Environment Secretary. Mr. Rees-Mogg was appointed to the dismay of campaigners, while Mr. Jayawadena has angered environmentalists with his decision to review the introduction of a scheme that will pay farmers to protect nature. The question also remains whether Mr. Sunak will attend COP27 and whether his appointment as Prime Minister will mean King Charles also gets to go. Fuck the king. Right, so that's the climate. How are you all feeling now? Let's catch up with the chat. Now is your time. Spam me with messages about how beautiful I am. And send me money. Now is your moment. Thank you. Can I get some more fuck the kings in chat? I really would appreciate that. It feels good to say. You gotta just consider this for a minute.
Someone broke the King Charles Madame Tussauds wax statue today, apparently. My dad told me.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he was complaining about it, and I was like, "That's just made my day."
That's so
Thanks,
fucking. That's so fucking good. That's so fucking good. Listen. Saying fuck the queen, although she is the descendant of the family that is just like responsible for the biggest empire in history, although she is just like the beneficiary of the blood of so many marginalized people, although she was just a fucking vampire and a ghoul and a parasite, she was also a 96-year-old grandmother and a great-grandmother, actually. And so, lots of people trying to say it would just be like, but fuck the king. That feels fucking good as hell. Seriously. Fuck the king. Right, let's catch up with chat. It's insane to me that the British government isn't doing anything for the energy costs here in Netherlands. We didn't really start complaining until a few years ago, but we already had a price ceiling and got like 1,400 euros from the government to help pay my power bills specifically. Right, very good. That's it, That's like the bare minimum, the just barest possible minimum. I don't know if you watch the channel, but a channel called Ordinary Things covered this on their recent video about coal. I don't watch that channel. Thank you for the recommendation, Quill. You'd think someone whose name rhymes. What is it? Locan. Oh, I see. You're not even. Okay. All right. Locan, you're forgiven. You'd think someone whose name rhymes with Naomi Klein could have written extensively about this. Do you mean Naomi Klein? Nat's squinting across at me.
His name rhymes with Naomi Klein?
Naomi Klein does.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Locan. Nat also found it to be weak. The vast majority of world issues can be traced right back to capitalism, and a solid 70% of people don't want to acknowledge that or just don't know. Yes. Yes. Lexi Plays Fast says the Leviathan. Actually, I want to revisit the last. Sorry, and that was in response to me saying about the Future Eater, and yeah, that's exactly it. But to revisit possibly a Joe, the vast majority of world issues can be traced right back to capitalism, and a solid 70% of people don't want to acknowledge that or just don't know. In the Imperial Core, perhaps, right? I genuinely, it's like so many people get in the world, so many people get that whether they're calling it capitalism or whether they're just calling it like America, right? That like this force is just doing this to everyone because like neoliberalism is hard to separate from American imperialism. It's hard to separate from the modern conception of capitalism, and as I was saying before, it's hard to separate from white supremacy, colonialism, patriarchy, climate change, right? Because they are all just facets of the same fucking thing. And so like a lot of people do actually just totally get what's going on, and you see this in like a lot of popular media will like not say capitalism, and by the way I mean popular media from around the world. I don't just mean in the Imperial Core. Like a lot of like shitty B movies that you can find from India or whatever are like the greed and corruption of like executives, and it's like you're talking about capitalism. Like you might be having a very limited view of it, and like we might prefer if you were fully class conscious and Marx pilled. By the way, another book recommendation: Marx and Nature by Paul Bucket. It's pretty good. I've been reading it. You might prefer if these people like had a solid grip of theory or whatever, but I think that like actually a ton of people do acknowledge that like all the problems kind of trace back to the same horrifying world-eating, future-eating, apocalyptic entity. I've been reading Jason Hickel. I really read that as Jackson Hinkle for a second. And apparently a bunch of plans related to countering climate change relies on carbon sequestration, a widely contested method of reducing carbon footprint that doesn't actually exist yet, but all these plans treat it as if it did. Yes, if you would read...
Fundamentally neoliberal dog shit.
If you would read, and you shouldn't read, if you would read, and don't read, Bill Gates's ghost-written book, How to Avoid a Climate Catastrophe, read on Audible by Will Wheaton. What a treat. Although the introduction is read by Bill Gates, so that's good. It's bad, folks. Bill Gates is basically proposing like a green imperialist manifesto of how the imperial core should dominate all the other countries in the world for decades and decades to come, using new green technologies that haven't been invented yet, but he's confident that they will, and it has to be the West who invents them so that they can continue economic domination forever and ever. Amen.
And yes, every science YouTuber who promoted that book, Hank Green, should be handed to hell for doing that. They should be told that they're wrong loudly and repeatedly. Wrong, and that was a bad thing to do, that is bad for the planet and everyone in it.
Quill says, because I'm on PIP, the government gave me some assistance for the energy bills, a one-off payment of £150.
Fuck off. That's a spit in the eye.
£150 would pay for the amount of extra energy bill that we had for 2 months. That would pay for the extra. Yeah. That would bring it back down to normal levels of energy bills for 2 months. Incredible. Just phenomenal. If you're enjoying the stream, fuck Kurzgesagt too. Yes, thank you so much. And any fucking dipshit who calls himself a leftist, who is like looking at Kurzgesagt and is like, holy shit, liberal policy is gonna save us all. I beg you to read a book. This book specifically. But just like, holy shit.
Climate Leviathan.
Climate Leviathan
will tear that shit apart.
Actually, yeah, it is Climate Leviathan, I would be saying, would be the one specifically. By the way, if people want to understand a little bit better about what I'm saying about industrialization and deindustrialization in China, I cannot recommend strongly enough Automation and the Future of Work by Aaron Benanath. Gave me a really solid understanding of where China sits now and why it is there. A really fucking good book. Automation and the Future of Work by Aaron Benanath. We're getting like £60 a month per household for the next couple of months, right? At least where I live, the £400 rebate is finally hitting. Our bills have gone up by more than £60 a month. Christ. Don't worry, our NHS 1% pay increase is coming in use right now. Jesus Christ. Let's get back to reading about Sunak's policies, because we're not done. Delightfully, we're not done. Do you keep an online repository of reading material, just like a list of all your reading recommendations? Someone is keeping a list of the ones that I do on Red Planet, and everything except the last two that I said today. These ones that I've said today should already be on there. So if you could find the Red Planet one, I don't know how you would find the Red Planet one, unfortunately. Sorry about that. I know that's not very helpful. I probably should. It would be. I know a lot of people want to check out the stuff that I shout out. I'm going to talk about where is it? I'm going to
Oh,
talk
great.
about Rishi Sunak's most popular policy proposal from the leadership race. Everyone is into this. Everyone is so excited for this. This is going to be so fucking good.
No
And
downsides.
no downsides to this. People, before we get into this one, you need a bit of an understanding of how neoliberalism works in practice, not in ideology. Because neoliberalism is this fucking crank fringe nonsense that, like, when it was invented by Milton Friedman and fucking Hayek, was absolutely viewed as fringe gibberish for maniacs in the economics department. And then rich people realized that putting it into practice would make them uber rich. And then they got governments to fund the research of Friedman and to get him to teach more people and get them to hire those people as economic advisors and implement them in the governments of, like, Pinochet, who they'd also implemented themselves. Just so good. Just such a good time. In theory, in ideology, it is this free market utopia where everything is as libertarian as possible. The government gets so small because it's just a small bean that can't do anything. The state can't be blamed for anything. It's not the state's fault. Please leave the state alone. The free market is perfect and self-correcting, and and when you let the free market just be, it'll be fine. In practice, neoliberalism is markedly more authoritarian than any alternative form of capitalism, because in order to leave the free market alone, because in practice, when you leave the free market alone, between the complete devastation of, like, people's, like, health and safety standards, regulation of products made, the just the basic exploitation of the working class under a free market, people turn to each other and try and take care of one another. They protest against the government doing this. They find ways to help each other out. But that's not the free market. So you have to destroy that with force.
It's not even theory versus practice. Like, the original guys are like, you should have a really violent government that steals from the working class and
My chatters,
scoops up all the money.
my stream viewers are tiny little babies. And I just need to like reduce it down
Yeah.
for their little baby
Yeah.
brains. I just need to make it really simple for them.
It's not a consequence of naivety. They're evil. They're evil. Neoliberalism is evil from the outset, from the start.
Yes.
Pinochet, that is the face of neoliberalism.
Oh yes. Pinochet's institutionalized rape, torture, murder machine is
Fucking nuts.
completely. Oh yeah, like literal
Shit. All over the
ex-Nazi ministers living in Chile. Anyway. Anyway. Forget everything Nat said. She's overcomplicating it. Don't worry your little baby brains. The point
They're
is.
just liars.
The point is, in practice, neoliberalism is so fucking authoritarian, is so fascist, and just loves fascism and authoritarianism, and that's why it keeps producing it. People who vilify UK face being treated as extremists under Rishi Sunak plans. Yay! Rishi Sunak wants to change the definition of extremism to allow people with an extreme hatred of Britain to be referred for de-radicalization. And that's why I'm stating on stream right now that I love Britain. It's my favorite place in the world. It's such a good country. It works so well. No one is unhappy with it. No one has ever starved or frozen to death because of the consequences of the decisions of the government. The government has never done anything wrong, and I'll tell you why. It's because the law is the arbiter of morality. The government writes the law, so by definition, the government can't be wrong.
We all love it here.
We all love it here. We all love it here. We all love it here. Under the plans from Tory leadership hopeful Mr. Sunak, people who vilify Britain will be treated as extremists and referred to the government's Prevent program. He said he wants to broaden the definition of extremism to include people with an extreme hatred of the nation, but his camp insists... his camp, as in the people backing him, parliament, in policy, insists the change in definition would not include criticism of the government or any government policy, and that it would not be legally binding. Then why would you do it? Why would you have a change at all? Mr. Sunak said, there is no more important duty for a prime minister than keeping our country and our people safe, whether redoubling our efforts to tackle Islamist extremism or rooting out those who are vocal in their hatred of our country. So let me just revisit that one for a second. Whether it's Islamic extremism.
Well, that's what Prevent was created for.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that he has another category of people besides the usual spooky dooky Muslims who he would like to target with this policy. I will do whatever it takes to fulfill that duty. Britain is a beacon of freedom, tolerance, and diversity. We must never let those who seek to undermine and destroy our way of life to succeed. Extremism is currently defined in the 2011 Prevent strategy as vocal or active opposition to fundamental British values, including democracy, the rule of law. Again, the law is the arbiter of morality, and I support the rule of law. Individual liberty and mutual respect and tolerance of different faiths and beliefs. It also covers calls for the death of members of our armed forces, whether in this country or overseas. That's really funny to me, because I think the person who causes the most deaths of our armed forces is probably the people who send them into war. People deemed to have vilified the UK would have to do so either in writings or in public speech in order to be referred to the Prevent program. Fun thing about the UK's current law about social media is that if you have over 30,000 followers, let me just click over here to my profile for no reason, then you are considered a celebrity under UK law when it comes to libel laws and the different category. But I think that there would be inarguably a knock-on effect if you are just generally under more scrutiny. I love it here. Everyone loves it here. We're having a great time.
He also wants people to be more free to make bad jokes on Twitter.
That's true. He does want people to make bad jokes on Twitter. So there is that. Okay. Critics have just responded describing the announcement as a new low and very dangerous. Critics unnamed for their own safety, I assume. Academic professor Tanya Bweltman wrote online, Rishi Sunak wants to expand Prevent to those who vilify Britain, so those who vilify Britain can be referred to it. It's pandering to a new low, but very dangerous nonetheless. Read it together with other plans on human rights and existing law on stripping citizenship, and we get to a very dark place quickly. Another person wrote, Rishi Sunak proposes to put every historian I know into the Prevent program for the crime of hurting Britain's feelings by talking about Britain's history. Former counter-terrorism chief Sir Peter Fahey, who was also Chief Constable of Greater Manchester Police, questioned the precise meaning of vilification. He said, the widening of Prevent could damage its credibility and reputation. It makes it more about people's thoughts and opinions. Sort of a thought police. It's straying into...
Prevent already was. It was just for Muslims.
True. The plans outline states Mr. Sunak wants to refocus the failing Prevent program onto the UK's most significant terror threat, Islamist extremism, and widen the government's definition of extremism to encompass those who vilify our country. Cool. We love it here. It's going so well. Everyone's having a great time. We love it here. No one has a problem with this country. For much longer. Because they won't be allowed to. It's great. I want to play for you, I already played this for people who are here at the start, the nearly 2-minute long speech that Sunak gave today, that Prime Minister Sunak gave today on BBC, on Sky News. to give us a flavor of who this fucking possessed tulpa is. Truly, you've been saying this about Wes Streeting. I truly believe it's Rishi Sunak, the Pete Buttigieg of UK politics. For real. The guy is a charisma void.
Wes Streeting is more specifically Pete Buttigieg.
Wes Streeting is spiritually, like, there was a cell separated somewhere in the primordial soup, and one way it wound up being Pete Buttigieg, and the other one wound up being Wes Streeting. But, like, the same, like, Rishi Sunak was so much poured in the same mold.
Yeah.
Anyway. Sunak's speech. Here we go. I'm so fucking ready for Rishi. We're gonna play this. We're gonna go on a little 10-minute break. I'm gonna come back and play some Shadow of the Colossus, and we can all chat. I'll be going back and forth with chat the whole time. Any comments, any stuff you want to discuss about what we talked about so far, we'll do that once we've watched Rishi just now.
I'd like to pay tribute to Liz Truss for her dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad.
Who is he talking to?
I am humbled and honoured to have the
Conservative
support
Par-
of my parliamentary colleagues
Conservative Party HQ,
and to be
apparently.
elected
But, like,
as
who is even
leader
there?
of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my
You'll
life
notice no one's cheering
to
or
be able
clapping
to
because he just
serve the
won by
party
default.
I love and give back to the country I owe
You could hear
so
someone
much
like moving
to.
a chair or something just then.
The
Like
un-
literally, it sounds fucking empty there.
Hear the echo.
Yeah, literally, it sounds like an empty room he's speaking. You can hear the sound of an empty room.
So much to.
Hang on.
To be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to.
Oh, so much to? Fucking oh, so much to?
Hey,
fucking,
your taxes!
fucking oh, so
Pay
much.
your taxes, you crap!
That's not even where I'm going with this. All that private school education in the fucking bin. That was ending a sentence with a preposition. Rishi, you fucking rube, you dunce. Bottom set for you, Rishi. Okay, sorry.
The
To which I owe so much.
United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt
At least I entertain myself.
we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge.
There is nothing in there. Like, he's just like, it's like we already have the, like we've had BDSM sub lifestyle prime minister. It's gone. The fact he is just a fucking android is gonna be the overwhelming thing. He is just so devoid of any personality.
That I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people.
Listening to politicians speak makes me want to scream.
Always.
They speak so slowly. Their intonation is so weird. They sound like he is speaking like text to speech.
Like if Sam Cedar was really tired.
No, Sam Cedar's a
No. If Sam Cedar had his personality
mattress
removed,
adverts.
when Sam Cedar has to read ads, yes,
Yeah.
exactly. I take this point this is you entirely correct, but you were speaking over the best bit of the entire video, which is when he finishes his speech, and it's an empty room, so.
British people.
Ah! Save me from
Has anyone-
this man!
Has anyone edited this yet to just stop playing the sound of silence as soon as he finishes? Or like just playing it like over him speaking, and then like when he finishes it is just the silent room and he just walks off.
I'm so
It's
sure someone has.
Day out to deliver for the British people.
I need a big burger. I get
He
it.
just leaves.
I need-
He just walks away to silence.
I need a big burger edit where he just stands there for another minute.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, everyone, that was Sunak coming in as PM. That was his victorious moment to thunderous applause of no one. Let's have a little bit of lo-fi and should I just fucking loop that?
Yeah. So good.
Let's have some
good.
lo-fi, and we're gonna go on a 10-minute break, maybe 15 minutes. I'm gonna come back and play some Shadow of the Colossus, practice my speedrunning strats. I'm gonna chat with the chatters about anything you want to talk about, anything you want to discuss from what we've discussed so far, and yeah, any questions or whatever, jokes and japes. I'm open to memes as long as they're not harmful extremist content that would get you placed in the prevent program, because that would be wrong. Anyway. 10 or 15 minutes, everybody get a glass of water, take any medication you need, all the spiel, you know, and I'll see you soon. Cool. Sorry everyone. Sorry. Hang on a second. Sorry. I went to go and loop it, and I realized that the Twitter version that we were just playing. Hang on. Does this miss out the? No. He still leaves at the end of this one. The Twitter version misses the beginning, which is somehow funnier. I'm so sorry about this. You got to see this first. What? Oh,
No.
fuck. I didn't put it on screen. Shit, fuck.
No.
I'm such a professional streamer. All right.
I'd like to pay tribute to Liz Truss for her
It's somehow even funnier. It's somehow even fucking funnier. I can't believe this shit. Okay, I'm going on a 10-minute break. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. If you have Prime, you can subscribe for free, and I get real money. So do that. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people. I'd like to pay tribute to Liz Truss for her dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people. I'd like to pay tribute to Liz Truss for her dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people. I'd like to pay tribute to Liz Truss for her dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people. I'd like to pay tribute to Liz Truss for her dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people. I'd like to pay tribute to Liz Truss for her dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people. I'd like to pay tribute to Liz Truss for her dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people. I'd like to pay tribute to Liz Truss for her dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people. I'd like to pay tribute to Liz Truss for her dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people. I'd like to pay tribute to Liz Truss for her dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people. I'd like to pay tribute to Liz Truss for her dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people. I'd like to pay tribute to Liz Truss for her dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people. I'd like to pay tribute to Liz Truss for her dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people. I'd like to pay tribute to Liz Truss for her dedicated public service to the country. She has led with dignity and grace through a time of great change and under exceptionally difficult circumstances, both at home and abroad. I am humbled and honoured to have the support of my parliamentary colleagues and to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. It is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the party I love and give back to the country I owe so much to. The United Kingdom is a great country, but there is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together, because that is the only way we will overcome the challenges we face and build a better, more prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. I pledge that I will serve you with integrity and humility, and I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people.
Okay, I'm back. Hello. I know that was way more than 10 minutes. I know. It always is. Let's play some fucking Shadow of the Colossus, whatever. Where am I on the live screen? I'm gonna swap my stuff around on the live screen. Let's put my... Oh shit, my donation goal's gone. Let's fix that. There's a fly in here and it really likes landing on my body. It's really fucking irritating. Live screen. Donation goal can go over there. And my camera can go over there. And then transition. Cool. Alright, let's play some games. Let's fucking do it. Oh, the lo-fi is still playing. Dealt with it. Cool. How are we all doing, chat? I'm here to chat with chat. I'm here to hang out. I'm here to... if you want to talk about UK politics and what we covered in the first half of the stream, I'm here for it, basically. I'm extremely here for that, actually. I think your thoughts are extremely valuable. And I'm not at all just filling time while I play my favorite video game. Whoever thinks that they are small and cannot make a difference should try live streaming with the fly in the room, the Dalai Lama, basically. Nice. I will say one thing for Rishi, seeing the Gammons lose their collective shit has been funny as fuck. That is true. That's extremely true. Did Nat take the fucking vape? Nat's taking my vape. Sorry, everyone. We will properly do this in a second. Fuck. She took my vape. Here's the vape. What? I apologize for the Nat slander. Nat did not have it. I put it down somewhere. And then forgot. A classic move. Okay. Cool, let's do it. Feeling incredibly normal for UK reasons. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. I've been doing a lot of practice recently. I'm just gonna spam through this whether I get the whether I pull off the exploits or not. If I fuck up the exploits really, really badly, and I basically like take longer than I would otherwise because I've tried to do the exploits and fucked up so bad, then I will restart near the start. But thank you very much, Martin1842, for the £20. Is this a remake remaster? Yeah, it's a remake. Yeah. But otherwise, I'm just gonna press on through it to do like a full run, a full practice run, and yeah. In the meantime, we'll chat. I remember this being a PS2 game that didn't look this good. Well, what's funny to me is that I remember it looking this good. Because I played so much of it and I loved it so much. And I thought that the design of the world was so effective that in my memory it was this good already. Hi Sophie, congrats on your new face. I like it. I like it too. You're welcome for my new face. And I hope you're enjoying it. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna beef this. I didn't beef it! Holy shit. Okay. That's pretty nice. As my mum said to me before, it's entirely possible Rishi lost against Truss because the voter base did not want a non-white Tory leader, which does beg the question what a lot of them are feeling now. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna be, like, mad as hell. And good. Like, racists deserve to just, like, die mad, basically. Fucking hell. Oh my god. This is usually the point at which I would rage quit because I fucked up the exploit really bad. That's actually not true. That particular exploit is so much faster than doing it the other way that failing to do it like up to like 5 times is still faster than doing the regular. This next bit is where I'm gonna get really mad if I fuck it up, because if I fuck it up, there's a possibility I literally die to Valis, and dying to Valis is just embarrassing. Oh shit. Oh fuck, what the hell? I didn't mean to jump up there, that was good though. But I don't want to do it that way. I want to do some queen shit instead. Oh my god, dude. Get up, get up. Yes! Holy shit, I'm nailing this. That's a bit good, isn't it? Is that a cheaty path? Yes. I'm doing all the exploits. The Queen of Shadow of the Colossus now. I have a feeling, just dread spreading through my entire body that after doing well on Valis, I'm gonna like absolutely eat shit with Quadratus, and it's just gonna be embarrassing. Come on, the camera, the fucking camera. Okay, we're fine. Queen shit, I say as I stab a guy in this leg. True, extremely true. Oh shit, why did I lose so much stamina? Oh fuck, I didn't recover my stamina. Oh god. No, come on, Wanda. No! Oh my god, I've lost so much time by doing this. Fucking hell, I should have stayed and recovered my stamina. I'm such an asshole. Fuck! I've basically just neutralized all of the time that I just spent, like, on all the time that I just saved with the exploits by being a huge dumbass. Pure of heart and dumb of ass. That's me. Dip of shit and dumb of ass. Okay, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, because I can just stab him one more time and it's over. Done. We're done. It's fine. 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 Nobody panic. So, the other stuff I wanted to talk about with UK politics right now is basically what we expect to happen with Sunak in, right? So, big money for Sophie. Thank you so much, Marina. Oh my god. You've subscribed for 21 months. Currently on a 20-month streak. That's really nice. So, what do we expect to happen now Sunak is in? Sunak is going to deregulate everything about the economy with regards to the EU. Probably everything even more than that. He's going to try this absolutely harebrained scheme for the special vaccine-style task force for the NHS, right? Which is just like, who fucking knows how that's going to go? He's against onshore turbines. He's actively planning to open more oil and gas shit in the North Sea. So, for one, Just Up Oil is gonna go ham on him. For another, he is, like, I think it's absolutely inevitable he's gonna fucking worsen the cost of living crisis. Like, his plan is to dump a bunch of money into the economy to help with it, and that seems like, on the face of it, a good plan. But literally, like, the thing, singular, that would solve the problem is just, like, nationalizing the energy grid, right? Oh, more attacks on unions? More attacks on unions is guaranteed. He is going to be incredibly harsh on unions. Fun fact, the pink-haired person from the Van Gogh Just Stop Oil protest is a friend of mine. That's really cool. That's really cool, possibly a joke. What was I gonna say? Oh, for fuck's... God damn it. Alright. What was I gonna say? Yeah, more attacks on unions is an absolute guarantee. But I think that, we're gonna see, like, a lot more of, like, absolutely, like, Thatcher-esque, warfare between like, the party in charge and the... Okay, we're fine. Warfare between... Sorry, to be clear, dropping down there is the strat. I just thought I was gonna miss Quadratus by a hair and just, like, fall directly onto the sand instead. What was I gonna say? More attacks on unions is guaranteed. I expect an absolute, like, neo-Thatcherite, like, war between the Tory party and the unions, with the resurgence of, like, class consciousness, with the building of union power, with enough is enough rallies and all of this stuff. I think that I don't know how many people here watch Red Planet or caught the Red Planet episode where we talked to the Prisoner Solidarity Network. And if you don't watch Red Planet, you absolutely should be. If you're someone here who watches my streams or watches any of my content regularly, even just, like, follows me on Twitter, and you don't watch Red Planet, you're really missing out. It's every Sunday, 8 p.m. till 11 p.m. UK time, and we just basically talk to people who are doing incredibly based shit all around the world, and just talk about what they're doing and, like, why it's based and how we link it up to, like, make communism happen. Is more or less the broad strokes. So we were talking to John and Matt from the Prisoner Solidarity Network, and they were telling us about some of the conditions in UK prisons right now, and, like, shit's, like, completely locked down. They're basically keeping everyone in solitary except for, like, a tiny window of, like, exercise time together. They're actively trying to, like, recruit prison guards from, like, fascist organizations like the EDL. Shit's really fucking grim, basically. I didn't recover my stamina again. I didn't fucking recover my stamina. I'm such a dumb bitch. Holy shit. Oh my god, I didn't recover my fucking stamina again! I can't believe I've done this, actually. Like, I genuinely am just, like, shocked at how stupid I am. Come on, move that hoof, move that hoof. Move that hoof. There we go. I think that prison riots and like, I don't know, like action against the conditions in prisons right now and like action towards like freeing people from prisons, having spoken to John and Matt, like feels nigh inevitable, like with just how deeply fucked like the situation in prisons is right now. And as John and Matt kept on pointing out, the fact that like they're basically guaranteed to be like, the prisons are guaranteed to like shortly be joined by a ton of leftist activists, because like the government wants to like completely lock up everyone of a slightly left bent who's doing any kind of protest right now, or really just anyone of any kind who's doing any kind of protest. But like the cops are way more lenient on like fascists, on like anti-vaxxers or whatever, obviously. As ever, you know, it's just like, in other news, water wet. But like the fact that a lot of people who have connections to politically active, to politically more respected and respectable parts of society than a lot of prisoners who are already like in for just crime, like, you know, broadly like what people view as apolitical crime. Although remember chat, every prisoner is in fact a political prisoner. The fucking, like, with that shit happening, like that is gonna make people extremely concerned about like getting people the fuck out of prisons and changing the situation in prisons and like making massive like like abolitionist kind of changes. The game audio is delayed? The game audio is delayed? That's so weird. Why would that be? Just a sec. Let's see what I can do about it. My desktop audio. What's on here? Is there a simple reboot I can do for this? What are my thoughts on the Enough is Enough campaign? I'm just gonna turn the game audio like down significantly, and I hope that's okay with people if I just basically have like next to no game audio, or basically no game audio. What was the title of the Marx environment book you mentioned earlier? It's called Marx and Nature, so it should be pretty easy to remember and to Google, and it's by Paul Burkett, Burkett. What do I think of the Enough is Enough campaign? So I think the Enough is Enough campaign falls into a couple of absolutely classic traps of trade unionism. One is to have a bunch of old white guys at the top. Okay, not all old, but white guys at the top, right? Mick Lynch and Eddie Dempsey, who a lot of people have problems with. I don't really have problems with them as such, but a lot of people like are really bothered that they were like pro-Brexit, that they like have historically tried to like appeal to some like more right-leaning factions of like working class populism. I haven't personally seen them doing or saying stuff that I would call reactionary or counter-revolutionary or outright like, you know, appealing to the right wing as much as just appealing to people who've been suckered in by like trying to catch the attention of people who have been suckered in by right-wing bullshit. That's point one, right? That's the classic. That's one of the classic problems of trade unionism. Even people at the Battle of Blair Mountain. One second. Skeleton Union tattoo. Hang on, I'll change it over so you can see it properly. Skeleton Union, partly inspired by the Battle of Blair Mountain. That's problem one, right? Problem two is that trade unionists exist within capitalism and want to make people under capitalism... One second, sorry. Sorry, I just got a voice message. I'll be 1 second. Where's my vape? Guys, I will be 1 minute. I'm really sorry about this. If you're enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly if you're loving me listening to a voice message right now. Or donate directly using command tip. I'm streaming. That's problem 1. Problem 2 is trade unionism exists under capitalism, and the organized labor of the potential of the organized working class of the proletariat. It's clearly it's Sophie's fellow globalist conspirators deciding how to pull the strings of their new government. Yes, clearly it's no, it's actually my puppy girl. Which, you know, if by globalist conspirators you meant puppy girl, then yes. What the fuck was I saying? Trade unionists exist under capitalism. Now that branches into a couple of problems. One is explored in Marx and Nature by Paul Burkett. It's a very good book. That problem is essentially that the totalizing force of modern global capitalism somewhat harms the idea of the army of organized labor that Marx wrote about, right? It somewhat diminishes the idea that the proletariat is going to become this massive victorious revolutionary force of factory workers and mine workers together, when so much of that classic proletarian labor has actually been outsourced to the imperial periphery now, right? Sorry, Joe, I'm trying to answer your first question, so I'm just trying to get through that first. And I want to acknowledge also that Shafiq said, I know a lot of Black and people of color activists who are very wary of Dempsey. Yes, I am very much taking note of people of color being wary of Dempsey. That's why I raised the things that Dempsey has said. When I'm saying I don't know or whatever, or this is my personal opinion on it, I should very clearly acknowledge that I am a white person saying that, and that it's not my place as a white person to say no, he's definitely not a racist or whatever, because I don't know that, and I am infinitely less attuned to what are the I have an implicit bias, right? And it would be only too typical and expected for me, a white person, to be nah, it's no problem, and then for this white person who I'm hand waving away as probably fine to just be a fucking racist. This is Gaius, by the way, who I have a tattoo of. You see my tattoo? That's Gaius. That's my boy. You can see him doing the thing in the tattoo right now. Anyway, so firstly, Paul Burkett explores in Marx and Nature the fact that the proletarian army is somewhat of an old-fashioned dream. It's somewhat of an old-fashioned idea of who and how and where and when revolutionary potential can be found. So the moment I'm trying to do an exploit called the sword flip, it's one of the hardest exploits in the entire run. I have not got it down, as you can see. I've tried to do it a couple of times now and not pulled it off. It's very hard. It's just very hard. I might end up going with the traditional route for getting Gaius after maybe one more attempt after this, because it is just it's really kind of bullshit. Yeah, fuck. Okay. Let's get in one more attempt. Ooh, I land on my fucking head. Yeah, I'm dividing this problem down. Trade unionists exist under capitalism. One is the idea of the like proletarian army of organized labor coming together to be a revolutionary force is somewhat outdated. It existed in the Soviet Union. It existed in China. It existed in Vietnam, but a long time ago, right? And also, like, there are differences between what happened in China and Vietnam and what happened in Russia, and like, you know, the possibility of us forming, say, fucking workers' councils or Soviets, if you will, in somewhere like Britain, you know, enough is enough would have to go a long way before they like became that kind of like revolutionary force. At the moment, they are really just saying like, let's demand better from the government. If they do what a lot of people are expecting they're going to do and announce a socialist party, you know, they will still be a socialist party in the imperial core. And hey, Casey, and what that will mean is that they are still like trying to demand better conditions for the labor aristocracy. They're trying to demand better conditions for the working class in countries where people are benefiting from the global structure of power, i.e. capitalist imperialism, right? And that means that it's hampered. That means that the vision is limited, as opposed to the total collapse of the imperialist project, which would be a long way off. Corbyn supports. Corbyn is an anti-imperialist and supports enough is enough. And you know, if the intention here is going to be like launching a socialist party out of the populism of enough is enough, then it's possible that party would be like anti-war and like would be trying to like get Britain to not act as an imperialist force, which, to be fair, Britain is not really at this point. Like, Britain has capitalist imperialist relations, but in terms of like military power and like interference and foreign aid, even Britain's influence is shrinking on like day by day. Like, Britain is just getting smaller and smaller on the world stage. It wouldn't actually be that much of a push to make Britain like kind of secede from the imperialist project. Kind of. That's like, you know, not really, but like, you know, the special relationship to America or whatever is still very real. All of the racism is still very real. But like, enough is enough. Yeah, it's like, if they were to launch a socialist party out of enough is enough, would I be in support of it? Not really, but I'm not really in support of political parties. I believe in like some of the vanguardist model of political parties, right? If a political party existed that was acting primarily as like a hub of leftist organizing, and it was existing primarily to like bring people together to do activism, then fucking cool. And that's kind of what Enough is Enough is doing right now, right? But they still need to unify across a lot of fronts. There's still these problems, like, again, like having figureheads like Dempsey, who a lot of people of color are really wary of, even while they have like anti-racist official lines and whatever. You know, they could be taking strong stances on trans rights, for example. They could be taking strong stances alongside activists like the people at Stonehenge Heritage Action Group and Stop HS2 and Just Stop Oil. Like, they could be bringing this shit together a lot more than they currently are if they were basically doing what, like I say, the almost vanguardist model of being a hub of organizing for revolutionary activity, as opposed to just playing the game of bourgeois electoral politics. And so if they do launch a socialist party out of Enough is Enough, right, which would be kind of in many ways the best thing that Enough is Enough could do, I'm really quite wary that they would actually just be trying to... oh, fucking hell. Oh my god, I pulled off the sword flip and then I beefed the jump to his arm. That's so embarrassing. That's so fucking embarrassing. Oh my god. too isolationist to be an active war force, aren't we? Yeah, more or less. There's too much of like the current ruling elite are like really against the model of foreign aid as soft power because it just involves giving money to poor brown people, so they think it's bad, which is like a very kind of funny way to defeat Britain's imperialist power. Just like the ruling class of Britain are just kind of too blind, like too short-sighted to understand what's good for them. Very, very, very the fucking satirists retiring because the farce will not stop writing itself. Problem 2 within problem 2. The second part of trade unionists exist under which parts of the vanguardist model do you dislike? Well, firstly, democratic centralism I don't approve of. The traditional Marxist-Leninist model of having the party vote on issues and then everyone has to stick to the party line from that point onwards. I don't think that it works to build a like cohesive movement. I think that you need a way of like like organizing together with a combination of like listening to the people who are actually affected by an issue and like oh, thank you very much for the donation from Catboy Franz Kafka. I really appreciate that. So democratic centralism is the model that was used by the Bolsheviks and is used today by Marxist-Leninist parties, where the party gets to debate up until it's been decided once by the party, and then everyone has to agree with the party line from then on. So everyone fucking gets a vote, right? And then they debate it, and then they pass their motion, and then it's like, well, it's done now. And I don't think that works for issues like, say, trans rights, right? Where, like, actually, it's a minority of people who need to be listened to, and, like, it's possible for transphobes to get together. Now that's hella manipulative, TBH. Well, that's because Lenin was a diva, basically. Like, the reason that this model exists within Marxist-Leninist politics is that, like, your boy Vladimir Ilyich, like, used it to great effect to make the party stronger, but also like along the way, you know, did shit like effectively kicking out the Jewish Bund, not like kicking out, but like voting against motion, like a motion to kind of listen to their needs more, basically. You know, shit like this is like historically has been the problem with democratic centralism, and it's there to do like devious party politic shit that like works well if you're a uniquely talented like revolutionary politician, and doesn't really work well as a way for people to like follow in the footsteps of what you're doing. You know, it's easy for like transphobes to get the numbers to have literally more votes than there might be trans people in the party. So if then the debate on trans rights came around, right, and then the party passed its like official motion on what they should think about trans rights, and oh, look at that, more good old Marxist-Leninists voted against trans rights than for trans rights. Welp, that's the party line now. And if you're trans, then you should either respect the party line and agree with your extermination, or leave. That's a shitty model. That's a bad way to do it. So that's one thing I dislike about the vanguardist party. I also dislike how in the imperial core, vanguardist party politics tends to actually give way to a focus on bourgeois electoralism and trying to seize the apparatus of state just by winning an election, which like in 2022 in the imperial core in the US and the UK and Europe, like in Australia, like a communist party just isn't gonna win an election. That's not gonna fucking happen. So like that's another big flaw to it. I'm trying to get to the end of Joe's first question here. Anyway. So Sorry, everyone. I'm trying to. But wouldn't it need a political party to make way for this community-focused collective? I'm not sure I follow your question, Mighty Zero. Joe, no, you've done nothing wrong. You asked a very good question, and I'm working my way through it. I'm just trying to get through all of the points that are relevant. I would prefer that there is an acknowledgement that so I think that in real democracy, that is to say, anarchism. Ads are so annoying. I'm at work, and every time our janky Wi-Fi disconnects for a second, it plays a new ad. Can somebody gift Dr. Kilgood a sub so they can not have to watch ads? I would really appreciate that a lot. Anyway, so am I going the right way? I really fucking hope I'm going the right way because I've committed to it now. And I've gone into where the sun isn't shining, so I can't even use my sword. Thank you very much, Mr. Fishy. In real democracy, right, there is an understanding that not listening to the people who are directly affected by the issue is gonna get those people to no longer associate with you, right, and to no longer be part of your political project, and therefore you should listen to them about it. If there is to be voting on an issue, and that stops you from using manipulative party politic tactics in that way, where you're I want to stick with this revolutionary group who are doing great work, and the Jewish Bund are opposed to some of their members being anti-Semitic, but I want I want that group because in the larger scale they are really useful, so I don't care what the fucking Jewish Bund say, and them leaving the party, I'll just take the loss or whatever. This kind of maneuver is oh, for fuck's sake. There we go. This kind of maneuver is not possible when there is much more of an acknowledgement that it's bad actually to exclude people when they raise an issue that's directly affecting them, and there are better ways to handle a more authentic kind of democracy. Is kind of what I'm getting at. There should be certain fundamental rights that cannot be voted on: right to abortion, trans rights, gay rights, etc. That seems obvious, and yet, right, to get to the point where where you have agreed that, you're talking about writing a party constitution, and who writes the party constitution? Is it you before you found your party, and then you try and get other people into it? Is it the membership once you've gotten enough people in? What is it, at what point do you write that constitution that other people agree to join in on? And how do you write it to be a little bit future-proof as well? And what process do you have for reviewing it in future in order to... You're seeing why I have a problem with political parties? Are you seeing a bit of an issue? Why a bit of my issue here? Anyway, Part 2 of Point 2. Trade unionists exist under capitalism, and that means that socialists are constantly put in the position of trying to save capitalism from itself. So trade unionists are trying to make it so that capitalism isn't quite as shit to people, right? Not necessarily, now in some cases they are, in many cases they are, but not necessarily trying to end capitalism, and that's a problem. A Marxist party would accept those fundamental rights as a scientific necessity. Okay. Okay. Fourth International Appreciator. But what if they don't? What if the Marxist party is made up of human beings instead of perfect dialectical materialist reasoning machines? What if the person who has the ability to debate and advocate for the fundamental rights of people hasn't joined the party yet when the debate is carried out on on trans rights? What if something comes up that it needs acknowledging, involves like a marginalized status and stigma in society, as well as the nature of work, such as sex work, right? And people are split because some of the Marxists present don't view sex work as like different from other work. Some of the Marxists present view it as different, but give way to the stigma, right? What if some of the Marxists present are talking about, say, addiction and alcoholism, and view addicts and alcohols and transients and vagrants as part of the lumpen proletariat with absolutely no revolutionary potential, whereas others think that like the way that addicts help one another through AA and NA is like a clear example of mutual aid, that they want to try to reach out to people and like utilize that potential for like revolutionary power. What if, like, how do you resolve these debates? You're saying then they aren't Marxists? You're being so simplistic and bloody-minded? You are being so like... The party is made up of human beings. You acknowledge that, right? Okay. If, like, of course, then they aren't Marxists, okay? I obviously agree with you that if the party was made up of perfect dialectical materialist reasoning machines, right? But the reality is that there can be several positions that people might consider to be Marxist, and it might be their cognitive bias, or it might be that they have different interpretations of Marxism. It might be that actually, like, this modernist devotion to the scientific method is not actually steering you clear to the best way to like resolve people's human needs, and actually you need allowances to just be able to listen to them in a way that the party structure does not allow for. Right? It might be that actually like dialectical materialism does have limits, and that even fucking Marx and Engels and Lenin all acknowledge that, whereas hyper-dogmatic Marxists do not. Human beings form themselves into groups, obviously. It's not just, but then I think that you accidentally pressed enter and so your message has been cut off. It's not, like, a true Marxist is not some perfect being. A true Marxist is still a human being, right? Hey, Divided. A Marxist who completely means well, right? Who has studied dialectical materialism, who encounters an alien from fucking Planet X, right? And is trying to reckon with their like needs and the reality of their like differently class-based society, right? Can't just know everything by using like the algorithm of dialectical materialism. They can't just like know all the perfect answers right away. Like, this is my point, is that like you need to be like have a process that allows for like listening to people differently than just like, well, the correct Marxists will win. This idea is fundamentally like flawed. This idea of like of like the debate will solve it is actually really fucking flawed, and only works out well if someone who is actually a fucking genius and is also like is good at like manipulating the party politics takes charge. So actually, like, it fundamentally is relying on a stroke of luck. That's my problem with it. Famously, Marxists love to agree with each other. Seriously, fourth, what is the correct Marxist position on sex work? Anarchism cannot overthrow capitalism. I see. So you really just wanted to tell me anarchism is wrong. So you were typing a longer, more thoughtful answer, and what you really wanted to do was tell me that anarchism is wrong. So because I was talking too fast on the stream and you couldn't type it all into chat, you've just decided to tell me that anarchism is just wrong instead, despite the historic examples of anarchists overthrowing capitalism, of anarchists having autonomous zones, of anarchists having enormous revolutionary potential, and also of all of the like anarchist models of and styles of life that have existed outside of capitalism for thousands of years and continue to exist in modern day resistances to capitalism. Fourth, I believe in solidarity with Marxist-Leninists because I believe in like in the need for us to work together here, but like imperial core vanguardism is deeply fucked. Is like deeply fucked because it keeps on being like white Marxists trying to win elections instead of like actually productive vanguardism. Anarchism is actually a lot more useful to the possibility of overthrowing capitalism, specifically in the imperial core, right? Because like what we need is sabotage. What we need is like a dismantling and smashing of so much of the imperialist state project. If your goal is to overthrow capitalism, then anarchism can't do it. I just love that you've come into this chat and just made all of these like big brain, like definitely certain, 100% sure comments over and over again. Just like, just keep it short and sweet, bud. Just like, why nuance your opinions? Why explain your working? Why explain the point that you're trying to make? Just say a sentence and then just like move on to your next Mott and Bailey after I've spent 5 minutes replying. Incredible. Just incredible. So you deny that there are any black Marxists that can lead the overthrow of capitalism. Yeah, that's definitely what I said, buddy. That's definitely what I said. That's so exactly definitely what I said. Of course. Of course. Christ. Joe, I was trying to say that the limitations of trade unionism is that they are trying to improve the conditions for workers inside the imperial core, and so as opposed to the organized army of labor that Marx predicted to lead to the dictatorship of the proletariat and then socialism and then communism, which I do believe to be possible in the imperial periphery, and is something that we've seen multiple times in the imperial periphery historically, and I think we will see again in coming years. This kind of organizing in the imperial core tries to either ask the state for crumbs or become the state, and neither of those will actually help to end capitalism if you are doing it inside the imperialist nations. Do you expect me to write a treatise in the chat? Yes, Fourth. I expect you to write a treatise in the chat. That is what I'm asking for. I would like a 25,000 word dissertation. I definitely want you to write an entire novel. Please give me your communist manifesto. No, I would like you to elaborate and have a nuanced point rather than just making completely absolute statements every time. And then refusing to elaborate on them in the slightest. I think that's very silly. Joe, would you mind retelling me your next question about Enough is Enough? Because I was still answering the first one the whole time, and you asked another one which I thought was very good at the time, but I can't now remember. Fuck, I've fallen off the bird. Shit. Joe, would you mind reposting that question for me? I'd really appreciate it. Fourth, how about you explain to me why anarchism can't overthrow capitalism? That's the specific thing I would like you to explain to me. Or if you'd like, and also, you could explain to me how how a real-world party full of human beings protects against, for example, a bunch of otherwise well-educated Marxists who are against trans rights or sex workers' rights or black people or any marginalized identity, right? How you protect against the fact that they have a vote in your party and therefore get a say in what you write as the official party line, right? You could also use the example that I used of alcoholism and addiction, which is something that I've barely seen Marxists touch on at all, except in the original writings of trying to talk about alcoholics as part of the lumpen proletariat and therefore not being any worth to anyone. I can't do that in the chat. Then why should the burden be on me to talk circles around your one-sentence statements? It was about non-reformist reform. Do the goals of EIE come under that banner? So if we take non-reformist reform to specifically be about people being liberated from the clutches of capitalism, making revolution more possible, right? That's the lens we're going to look at non-reformist reform through, right? Fuck's sake, I can't get down there. There it is. We're going to look at non-reformist reform through the lens of liberating people through capitalism, enabling the power of organized labor to overthrow capitalism, or essentially increasing the possibility of a revolution. Enough is enough, first and foremost, is raising the profile of revolutionary thought. I mean, even by the name, enough is enough, right? Like it's kind of saying we need a deep fundamental change. However, in terms of policy proposal, in terms of demands, they've actually been very limited. And I don't mean short-sighted. I mean they've been very vague. They've been very not actually being clear on having a unified idea of what they're asking for so far. You don't have to respond to me at all. I didn't put the burden on you. Okay, I am not making a moralistic claim that you are to blame for having put the burden on me. I am saying that your statements have been a sentence or two sentences this entire time with no more fleshing out than that, and I'm asking if you could please explain yourself either on the point of why anarchism can't overthrow capitalism, or if you prefer, on the point of what a Marxist party full of human beings would do about alcoholics and addicts. Sadly, I've been working with Enough is Enough, and it's just been lots of rallies and no direct action. Right. Dave Jova. I have... This is the thing. I think that in terms of moving toward a deep systemic change, one of the biggest huge things that could be potential momentum but no direction. Yeah, kind of, right? One of the biggest huge things that can be done is just linking people together. If Enough is Enough, with all the power and populism that it has, like I say, would reach out to trans rights groups, would reach out to communities of color and then their advocates, would reach out to Just Stop Oil, would reach out to what was the example I said earlier? Sisters Uncut, Prisoner Solidarity Network, right? All of these groups acting in not necessarily direct action. I mean, in the case of Just Stop Oil, they are, but mutual aid groups, right? That could be really, really meaningful. But sadly, we haven't been seeing that. In terms of non-reformist reforms, they don't have reforms at all, right? So that's what I'm trying to get at, right? Their consciousness raising efforts are immense and are doing really well. Their non-reformist reforms are non-existent because they have no actual demands or policy proposals. Therefore, they can't be making non-reformist or reformist reforms because they're just not actually really directly asking for anything. And that's what I mean when I say about like asking the government for stuff. They haven't been asking the government for stuff. They've just been shaming the government for not doing stuff and sort of saying, they should be like acting to like protect people through the cost of living crisis or whatever. And it's like, those are broadly agreeable statements, but the rubber hasn't really hit the road with enough is enough yet in terms of actually like making concrete demands or promises or policy or reform ideas or any of this shit. And like a lot of people, to return to what Shafiq said, like a lot of anxiety comes out of that, where people are in marginalized communities and they're like, how do I know for sure that this isn't a bunch of racist white people when they haven't actually like say the government's the entire project of policing basically exists for suppression of the working class and for racism, and we want to like implement like abolitionist reforms to blah blah blah. Like, they haven't said any of this shit like this, so it's not something that you can know you're safe from. And then you see characters like Eddie Dempsey and you're like, could you help me understand a part of anarchism? Marxism-Leninism is unable to deal with the special interests of trans people. How does anarchism fare with the special interests of rich people or other minority groups that don't mean well? I see. Well, there are different models of anarchism, for one. So it would depend on what we were talking about. There's... Sorry, just something on my phone. Sounds like a lot of trying to start something but not moving beyond the gathering point like a stalled car. So, the kind of anarchism that I advocate for, which is somewhat similar to anarcho-syndicalism, is an overlap of big and small systems for people to for syndicates, for syndicalists to gather together to cover the bases of like some of the things that people need. For example, we need a big system of medicine, right? We need a big system of like agriculture. We don't need for that to be all of the medicine or agriculture that there exists in the world, because as we can see, industrial scale agriculture is doing a lot of harm to the planet. As we can see, medical systems that are totalizing and complete with a strict like curriculum of like what is the correct medical approach have their problems, right? We need small systems, local power, the liberation and like agency of not just individuals but like small communities to increase, and then they meet in the middle. There's an overlap, there's a redundancy. You fucking put your hand through a window and now you're bleeding, right? Luckily, people in your community know how to do stitches and to like dress a wound, and they have antiseptic and all of this stuff, right? But you need specialized medicine. So luckily, people in your community know the supply chain and know how to like get a hold of specialized medicine. But okay, your local community is like is currently stressed and stretched because of other projects that they're engaging with, and no one's really free to go get that medicine. Luckily, the big system exists, and you can go to a hospital and ask a doctor to help you with that, right? This is the kind of anarchism I believe in. How would it deal with minority groups who want to do bad things? Well, it would be that I talked about this in my Life on Mars video, right? I think that like I'm talking about a broadly socialist upper phase communism in some senses, but like with a much more anarchist flavor to it. We're talking about a world in which the state has withered away. I'm talking about a world in which like the state no longer exists, and part of the existence of like a big system of law and mediation is one that exists to stop the formation of the state from recurring. And yeah, like in that sense, it's like what harm are we talking about? People, like a bad minority group, as it were, racists, rich people, whatever, trying to do to people. If it's rich people, for one, in this world I'm talking about, there are no rich people because there's no money. But if we're talking about racists, well, then it's an issue of like community defense. If we're talking about like structural racism, again, like we're engaging in utopianism, so we're just saying structural racism doesn't exist. But there's like the legacy of white supremacy. So supposing we're basing it on the real, supposing we're basing our utopia on the real world, there still needs to be efforts to actively deconstruct the legacy of white supremacy, colonialism, racism. Right? There needs to be education, and there also needs to be some form, to some degree, of reparation, because the legacy of generations and generations of people, Russia is communist, it had a socialist state and it withered away. Lmao. I just got that your name is Deja Vu. I'm so sorry about that. That I said Dave Java earlier. That was so silly of me. What about ex-rich people trying to recreate racism by creating manufactured scarcity? Recreate racism by creating manufactured? You recreate capitalism? Recreate capitalistic trade? So, like, money really comes about through, like, debt existing in the first place. You have to have debt first, right? Before you have debt, you have to have a certain kind of model of what work is for. So it's like, in a world where no one is of more consequence than any other, right? It's kind of hard for work to be Sorry, I'm distracted by... I haven't actually learned the exploits for Barbas or any of the later bosses yet. I'm kind of distracted by the idea of what I could do differently with this guy. It's kind of hard for to imagine that there would be this like ex-rich people are gonna like make themselves rich again or whatever. For one thing, we ate them. But no, no, in all seriousness, like, ex-rich people trying to recreate manufactured scarcity. Well, it's like, yeah, if they have if they could get a monopoly on a resource, then it feels like, if people were mean, then they could be like, yeah, we could have whatever we want if we had a monopoly on this resource. But that's why I'm saying again about this, for example, this like big structure of mediation. But again, like, I'm talking about a utopian world, so it's like if there are people in my utopian world, right, who are trying to manufacture scarcity so they can have the upper hand in any kind of trade, so they can have whatever they want. So essentially, they're trying to become rich people. They're trying to reinvent zero-sum trade and become rich, become capitalists in a post-capitalist world. I believe in there being like a big system of mediation and law that is trying to stop that from happening as its kind of primary goal. And so that system would be like, look, you actually can't just hoard all of one particular resource. That's just not the deal, bro. That's not how it works. If we're talking about the time between now and then, I don't have answers, because we're talking about now just like predicting the future to a pretty like perfect degree. I can say how I think I'd like the world to work ideally. I can say how in my form of what I call anarchism, that's what would go on. I can't say how things will be, or like how we do in like an intermediary step between now and my ideal world, because again it's just getting into a point of like trying to predict the future as opposed to trying to like engage in utopianism to see what we would like to be different and work towards it, right? Mazovian socioeconomist, that's such a cool username. I'm actually thinking about getting a star and antlers tattoo soon. I am going to take another quick break, and not just because I'm getting owned by Barbus. I'm going to take another quick break. I'm going to be like 10 minutes. But genuinely 10 minutes this time. I'll see you real soon. Hey, oh, I just realized that the lo-fi is turned down really low anyway. That's really annoying. Okay, let's get back onto it. Cool. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe, watch here, or donate directly using Command Tip. Also, if you Prime, you can attach it to your Twitch account. You can give me a subscription for free. It gives me real money. You don't pay any money. It's very, very, very based. But what is more based is if you have some money and you want to give it to me, donate directly using Command Tip, and then Bezos gets none. Anyway. Right, let's go on. Okay. Oh god, I'm really beefing this. I really hate this fly. I might go grab the raid soon. Thank you for resubscribing, Ludona. It's just if the fly could just land somewhere that I can't see and just like hang out there, it would be fine. I would not feel the need to exterminate him. It's really infuriating. I just got a reflective RCM patch to put on my jacket. That's cool. I like that a lot. I love Disco Elysium so much. This is what I fucking mean. The fly, like, just landed somewhere else and, like, was completely, like, non-existent to me, and then came and landed on my bare arm instead. And it's just like, why can't you just stay in the corner? Please. I don't want to end up having to use the raid. Please. Please, Mr. Fly. This is why I let spiders make webs in my house, no more bugs. I do too. I think spiders are great. Bugs are too friendly for their own good. I don't think it's trying to be friendly. I think it's trying to, like, fucking throw up on me and eat my skin. By the way, Disco Elysium is 75% off on Steam right now, at least where I am. I support pirating Disco Elysium. It's a very good game that a lot of people should absolutely play. But Zaum, the company, has, like, fucked over the people who made the Zaum Cultural Foundation. For those who don't know, Disco Elysium was really, like, the product of some dudes just engaging in, like, an imaginative world who, for one of them, was just, like, literally, like, his childhood, like, kind of escape from, like, a bad situation. Just imaginative play, you know? And, like, that's what Disco Elysium came out of. And now, like, the fucking shareholders have basically booted them out of the company. And one of them is in, like, a psych ward, which is a horrible place to fucking be. It's bad. It's really fucking bad. And don't support the Zaum company now, because it fucking sucks. Basically. Thank you very much, Mazovian socioeconomist, speaking of all of that, for giving me £17.73. Hey Sophie, has anyone told you yet that your FFS turned out really well? Also, you're very pretty and your content is cool and based. Thank you so much. I don't think anyone has actually said it in those words yet, so, you know, you can claim first place on that. I've had lots of, like, wows and, like, I'm so beautiful and blah blah blah, which I don't, when I'm saying blah blah blah, I don't mean to imply that anyone should stop. I very much enjoy compliments. You know, I think Anna Slutsky, who did my FFS, is just the best. I think she's literally just the fucking best, and she's also, like, cheaper than most other surgeons you can go to for FFS. It's pretty amazing. She's basically just so cheap because she is, a very autistic woman whose special interest is making beautiful women's faces. But I think that a lot of her results have been a lot more subtle, where it's like someone who can probably, like, there's a whole passing politics I don't want to get into, but pass well already, like, you know, it adjusts the features in a way that's like, okay, now the face, you know, fundamentally looks feminine, but it's the same face. This is why, again, I think that she's better than a lot of people, because a lot of surgeons out there will basically give a lot of dolls like the same face, like they're just changing people's faces to just kind of look the same every time. Whereas Anna like looks at what your face looks like before and sees what features are distinct, and then like, you know, you end up still looking like yourself, but more so, is what a friend said to me, and I really like that phrase. Another friend said to me yesterday that I looked how I already looked in their mind's eye, which I really like that. Nat's been saying this over and over again, that that Anna's FFS makes people look how they look in their favorite photos of themselves, but all the time. And I think that's really true. I really like that a lot. But, you know, I've looked at Anna's results, and like, while feminizing people's faces, it's often quite subtle. And I do think that my result from her has been one of the more extreme and also, you know, on that, like, very, very good results. And I appreciate you saying that it went well, because I think it did go really fucking well. I'm really, really happy with it. Yeah, I'm just really happy with it. People smile at me in public. People want to chat with me when I chat to them. I'm living a different world now. It's completely bizarre. It does make me really mad that, you know, gender creates these confines that see trans people treated so poorly to begin with. Because every time that I do have someone being nice to me now, I do have to think to myself, like, why couldn't you just be nice to me before? Like, why couldn't, I got this surgery for me so that I can look how I look in my own mind's eye, like, so I can look like myself. But why did I have to get prettier for you to be nicer to me? How come you went to Georgia to get it done? Because the NHS doesn't offer FFS, and everywhere else it would be 3 or 4 times the cost. And I didn't go to Georgia, I went to Armenia. I love hearing you tell the stories about her. Aww. I love Anna, she's great. I was actually just texting with her today. She's a deeply wonderful person. What was the question? Is your nose working better now that she undeviated your septum? Well. So she was showing me this model of what my skull looked like before, right? And I'm going to face it straight onto the camera, like this. And you can see my nose was so fucking deviated, right? That's looking straight onto the camera with the eye sockets. The nose is completely off to one side. Now, on the other hand, right, it's straight. And she said, I didn't actually move your septum. And for a second I was like, what did I pay you $7,000 for, Anna? And then she was like, what I actually did was cut around here and move the whole nose over instead. And I was like, holy shit, that's awesome. So yeah, interestingly, my septum wasn't actually moved. Actually, my nose was moved, which I think that's pretty interesting. It was a great time to see you tweet about your trip. Yeah, I had fun sharing about it. In short, my nose is working a lot better. I could complain about like the internal swelling and how I need to be careful wearing my glasses too much, and how it's still kind of rigid, and the external swelling that's there won't go down until it's been about a year since the surgery. But I won't really waste my breath on that, because my nose is fucking cute now. I look great. I'm so pretty. I'm so happy. And I can breathe. And I had no idea I wasn't breathing well. And it turns out I wasn't. And now I can fucking breathe through my nose, which is crazy cool. Evil doctor who makes your septum more deviated. I'm the deviator. They have very heartwarming stories. I love Anna. She's wonderful. She was changing my nose guard, and she just like stroked my forehead, and she was like, Sophie, my Sophie. And I was just like, oh shit, I'm playing the game right now, and I haven't put it on screen. I will put it on screen in a second. I I just forgot to, and I'm currently clinging on for dear life. Septum so deviant it gets arrested by Sunak. Nice complications. No, they're not complications. They're just part of recovery. I really haven't had any complications. It's been wonderful. And I recovered. Like, most of the recovery is done, and I did it all very, very fast. My left eye was swollen shut when I woke up from surgery, and it like almost entirely went down within about 5 days. 5 days. My eye was open. I could see. Everything was It's been fantastic. Yeah. I do struggle with the class aspect of FFS. If the NHS would offer it, being disabled, there's basically no chance for me ever. I wish the NHS would offer it. Being disabled, there's basically no chance for me ever getting it unless they do. It sucks so bad it's not accessible to everyone. I completely agree. So we recorded a lot of footage through the trip and like around the surgery and stuff. And the final bit of it is just me reflecting on the whole trip and reflecting on the surgery and stuff. And I don't know when we'll release this, by the way. It will take a lot of time to edit and put stuff together. But basically, the final point that I make in it is just like, look, I want to tell people Anna is the best in the world, because she is. I want to tell people that Armenia is beautiful and has an incredible food culture, because it does, and it is. I want to tell people about all of the like wonderful, welcoming people that we've encountered in our travels, because we have, right? But also, like, it wouldn't be fair for me to like not acknowledge that we have encountered like a lot of homophobes and transphobes, and that Armenia has not been like a safe place for us to exist as trans people. And we, coming from a country with socialized medicine free at point of use, right? We should not be traveling to a deeply homophobic, dangerous country where 2 different dudes like threatened me with bats in order to get a surgery to be able to look like myself. That's not fair. That's not like true to what like the NHS is supposed to exist for, and it should be something that's available to everyone, and like there is a huge class aspect. My girlfriend had to do sex work to save up for an FFS. I am not wealthy. Like, I am in the fortunate position of being able to raise a lot of money fast because I have a lot of eyes on me, right? Like, I don't actually, like, have that fiscal capital. I have social capital, which I can convert, in the right moments to people giving me money. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or share or donate directly using command TIP. If you have Prime, you can give me a free subscription, and I get real money, but you don't pay anything. If you use TIP, and if you use command TIP and donate, then Bezos doesn't get a cut. But like, I don't have like month to month savings, like the ability to like pay my bills that well, really. Like, I took a huge hit from just like not releasing videos because like my job does not have fucking sick pay, and so it's this bizarre division where like, yeah, it is a class thing. It's also just fundamentally like a medical segregation thing where like, my deviated septum, if I'd pushed really, really, really hard about it, right? And if it had been 15 years ago, then like maybe the NHS would have paid for me to have it fixed. To answer your earlier question, no, I couldn't really smell that well through it, and I couldn't really breathe through it either. And I didn't realize those were wrong. I didn't realize that was a problem. I could smell if I like put my nose right on something and like inhaled really hard, like really right on something, Anyway. It's something I want to be available to absolutely everyone, I don't want people to have to go. Would you ever want to move out of London? Sorry, I'm going to save this question, Dave Javu, for in a second. I don't want people to have to go to another country which is like dangerous for them, and I don't want people to have to pay 3 times as much as that to go to Spain, and I don't want people to have to pay like 4 times as much as that and go to America. I don't want that. I want people to have the medical care they need and deserve for free through socialized medicine. I don't, it's just wrong. It is just wrong, and I just like, but like, I think that having been someone who thought it was impossible. Oh, still haven't switched the game back on. Thank you. Having been someone who thought and really felt deeply that it was like impossible for me to get FFS, and had friends who had FFS, I also like felt as if it were like a class division when I looked at the fact that obviously it costs money or whatever, and then I was kind of prone to talking points that people kind of share around that talk almost as if like you're letting the side down, like being assimilationist, like letting cis-normative UT standards and pressures get to you, and I felt something, and those talking points were there, and I felt like was there something about that, and I had like a long debate. We got very, very philosophical with a friend about like the body and the nature of transness and what it is to be trans, and pretty early in that debate I had to concede that like it's not like in the same way that like whiteness or someone being in the like ruling class works, like this is not the same kind of like class distinction despite the money thing, right? Like it's not the same thing because it's an external like imposition of this division. Like it's everyone should get to have FFS if they want it, or FMS for that matter, and like people who've had it, I don't think really like kind of like it's cis people who are doing this to us is what I'm trying to say. Like I don't think that it's like I want to and will do all I can to help to make a world where everyone who wants FFS gets FFS, right? Along with getting everything that they want and deserve and need, just in general. But I don't think that's something that's like owed out of like being in like the group of people who've been able to had to have FFS. That was like how I felt before, and it's how I feel now, and how I also feel now knowing that this like divide exists because the NHS doesn't provide FFS, is that anyone who has the opportunity to get it should, right? And I don't think that, I like I say, it's not like, it is not a violence that like I am doing to people who have not had FFS. It is a violence that cis people are doing to all of us, me and other people who have had FFS included. And yeah, I mean, all we can do is to work to fight cis sexism, work to dismantle the patriarchy. As a once and future med student, money has no fucking place in medicine, no matter what kind. Yeah, absolutely. When I say also about these kind of like talking points to do with surgery, to do with cis normativity, to do with acceptance, two crucial things. Like, one, what's available in the NHS always ends up being the dividing point of where people think that, like, because I had people when I was gonna have FFS kind of essentially telling me that I was being kind of transphobic by doing it, which is deeply hurtful and nonsense. Making it so that I can see myself in the mirror. Like, there were clothes that I would wear because they were comfortable, because it was hot and they were thin or whatever. And like Nat would say, like I'd put them on and Nat would be like, "Oh my god, you look so good in this. You look so nice." And I just couldn't see it. And then I put on like some of the same clothes like right after surgery, and I could see it. I could see that they looked good on my body in a way that I literally couldn't see before. Because when I looked in the mirror, I would look at my face and my heart would break. I would just feel awful. Because I remember getting on an HRT and thinking about what would change and working through the things that I felt uncomfortable about, and like working up and being like my body shape and like my skin and my like fat distribution, and like I'll grow tits, that'll be cool, my hair's gonna come back in, and getting to my face and just feeling this deep heartbreak. Like, this is not something I can fix because I won't have the money, because I won't have the opportunity, etc. And now I have had it, and it just remains my position that like everyone should get to if they want it. But yeah, like people telling me that it's in some way transphobic to get FFS, and it's just like no, the distinction is it's not available in the NHS. It's not an issue of like cis normativity. It's not about like looking cis. I'm 6'3". I don't look cis, right? Like, I don't. But I do look like Sophie. And I didn't before. Not in the way that I pictured Sophie in my mind. Not in the way that my friend, right, pictured Sophie in their mind. And now I do. And that's the best feeling in the world, and I've never been happier. I'm like so much more able to exist in the world. I'm so much more confident. Everyone who knows me has been saying it. Even when my face was swollen so much, my eye was shut, I felt the happiest I've ever felt. And plus I can breathe as well, which is, a superpower in and of itself that I didn't know I could have. Don't be misguided by feelings of loss and upset and heartbreak to thinking that people getting access to healthcare that everyone deserves but you can't have is them doing something wrong. It is the people who withhold the healthcare from all of us who are doing the thing wrong. And furthermore, it's not the people, it's the system, because we should be kind to people and ruthless to systems, okay? And in some cases, it's the people, like fucking Baroness Nicholson, Baroness Faulkner, like these fuckers can just like take a long walk off a short pier. And there are a lot of arguments you could make about bottom surgery, right? That would take the same form. And also, culturally, like 10, 20 years ago, were conversations that people were having. And it's just changed, it's just shifted a little, right? And part of that has to do with, like, trans women's safety, right? The place where people would be in danger because people didn't know that trans people existed was in the bedroom. People would not know trans people existed, so a clocky trans woman would be having sex with someone, and then they're distressed at them having distressed at her having a penis, and then they become violent, right? Like this is like, there's an argument to do with assimilationism there, to do with personal safety there, to do with the pressure that exists on people, right, that now exists on people to get FFS because now people know trans people exist much more on a wider scale. Like, the danger is just in the street instead of in the sheets, right? But like, I don't really think that's where the pressure came from for me, because I know that when I looked in the mirror, I didn't see Sophie. I know that when I bought dresses, I bought 2 dresses for after surgery rather, that I knew I was going to wear after surgery, and I wanted them to look really nice. They're from Marks and Spencer's. So they're really gonna last me a long time, and they're not the nicest looking dresses I own. I think like currently, hey Surfs, thanks for rating in. I'm currently talking a little bit about my FFS I recently had. Some people were asking me some questions. I'm just saying, to catch people up a little bit, that there is kind of an argument people make about like FFS being giving into a kind of cis assimilationist thing, that like it's to make people look more cis. I'm saying basically it's to make me look more like me. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream, because I'm doing my job right now and I like when I get paid for my job. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. If you don't know me, I am Sophie from Mars. I make video essays about media and politics and philosophy, and I have one coming out soon about a new episode of the Monster Men series about kaiju and about giant myths and where they come from, why we tell them and what they mean. I also have something about climate doomerism coming up soon, and it's basically that if you think the world is going to end, you are mistaken. But it's up to us to shape what kind of world is going to replace the one we live in right now. Thank you, Comrade Homer161. I think I look great too. So, I bought these dresses for after surgery. Neither of them are the one that I'm wearing now. I don't think they're like the most beautiful dresses I own, but they are from Marks and Spencer's, so they're gonna last me a long time. So they're very like high quality and they're very pretty. And when I got them, right, I tried both of them on to make sure they looked good on my body, that they were gonna look good. And I did this in the mirror to make sure that I wouldn't have my image of how they look for me tainted by the wrong face that was not my face, that had all this fucking shit on it, right? That had all this fucking Klingon forehead, right? That had this nose massively askew and too big. Like, I did that because I knew that when I looked in the mirror, I did not see myself. And so when I see a talking point about like this idea that it's giving into like a cis assimilationism, that it's all about passing, it's all about looking cis. Again, I'm 6'3", I don't look cis. I have pink hair, I'm covered in tattoos. Not that a cis woman can't be 6'3", be covered in tattoos and have pink hair, but like, I look like me. I don't look cis. And I don't want to look cis or be cis. But I got those dresses and then I put them on after surgery, and like I say, like, even when my face was really puffy, even when I had to wear the big rigid nose guard, even when my eye was still swollen shut after surgery, I knew I was happier than I've ever been, because I could see myself in the mirror, because I would catch myself in reflective surfaces, and I realized I had learned this disappointment. I had learned this, there's a mental image I have of what I look like, and when I look in a reflective surface, I'm gonna see it. And then I would look in the reflective surface and not see Sophie. And it would be heartbreaking every time. And I'm still unlearning it. I'm still looking in the mirror and, expecting to see this other person that I've gotten used to seeing, that I hate seeing. And I don't anymore, and it's fantastic. And that's why I truly believe that FFS, for those who don't know who've just joined, facial feminization surgery, shout out Dr. Anna Slutsky, Facemaker FFS, Facemaker MD on Instagram, the best in the world and the cheapest. This is why I believe that everyone who wants FFS or FMS for trans masks, deserves to have it, just deserves to have it, and for free, right? But these talking points about cis assimilationism, about safety, about a pressure from cis society that doesn't reflect what people really want, it comes in at the exact point where the NHS stops offering things, right? it comes in at like the NHS offers this stuff for free if you can make it through, if you survive long enough to get to the end of the waiting list, right? And then people are having to pay for it, and then yes, there is a class distinction because of the fucking way that capitalism works. But again, I'm not wealthy. I just have social capital that I can use to raise money, which I did, right? And it doesn't mean that it's like transphobic to access healthcare. I'm just accessing healthcare that I believe everybody should be able to access, and anybody else who can access it, I fucking say go for it if you want it, because like you deserve it, and everyone who wants it deserves it. Anyway, we've been chatting about UK politics. So everybody who's just joined, if you want to chat about that, if you want to ask any questions about anything I've said, including about FFS, including about my work, climate doomerism, giants, anything, I'm here, and I'm playing some Shadow of the Colossus. I'm currently practicing for speedrunning, because that's what I do because of autism. That was poor. Let's go put the game back on. Anyway, I believe everyone who wants surgeries for transition deserves to have them, and the fact that they currently are not available, you know, it's not that person's, it's not trans people's fault, is it? It's just not. And I'd say it's foolish to like give credence to talking points that treat trans people who access the healthcare they deserve as if they are somehow to blame. They're not. I didn't mean for my tone to come across as judgy earlier. I'm sorry if it did. What I meant, just trying to evoke how emotive FFS specifically can be. I am just talking through experiences that I've had. I'm not responding to. I wasn't implying that you had attacked me or been hostile in any way. I'm saying that like when I announced I was gonna have FFS, when I put as soon as I put my fundraiser up, I had like a ton of people talking shit on me for it basically, and it just made me despair a little. I wonder if I can find that thing. I actually put up this Instagram story in response to it where I said it's a bit cheeky. I put up an Instagram story in response to it where I said I took a nude and then I censored it, and what I said was like, people have been talking about it like as if FFS is transphobic, and it's not. And you know, being on HRT has made me love my body. I just want to be able to love all of my body as much as I all of my body equally, and now I do. So that's delightful. I don't know if I can find that actually, because I think that my tweets, I have tweets set to like delete after 2 weeks by default, so it's probably not there, unfortunately. It was a good post though. It might be on my phone. Sorry, I'm just scrolling my own Twitter right now, and I don't even have anything on screen. This is very, very silly behavior. Wow, I post a lot of selfies, huh? Oh no, I saw a Peter Coffin screenshot. I've gone back too far in my media tab. I'm seeing disgraceful nonsense. When would it have been? August? That sounds about right. It could be August. Oh yeah, I found it. Okay. Let me see if I can just... Famed rapper Peter Coffin. Oh no. I'll just shift it to there. I hate that people have been talking as if wanting FFS is somehow transphobic. After 2 years of estrogen, I love my body. I just want to feel the same way about all of me. I was happy with that post. Mostly shut people up about it, which was nice. Anyway. Realizing that you've been dealing with an invisible illness your whole life without even knowing it. Realizing that what you thought was the baseline is actually waist deep in a bog that you can get out. It's amazing. Abso-fucking-lutely. So I had a funny thing happen where I met with Anna, my surgeon, Dr. Anna Slotsky, and I felt like she was being rude. And she wasn't. And it's this weird thing, right? So, for those who have never seen me before, my forehead is now like this, but it used to go like this. Like this. And I was there with my girlfriend Leica for her surgery, and we had lunch with Anna, and Anna was asking, so are you interested in, Leica tells me that you're interested in, and I said, why do you have your tweets set to auto-delete? Because there are creeps. Because there are creeps and harassers. It's very normal and good being a trans woman online. She was saying, are you interested in FFS? And I said, I'm trying to figure out what I would like, changed. Maybe it's my jaw or something. I'm not sure. And she was just like, I think we would deal with your brow first because it's very prominent. And I was like, fucking just come to my house and murder me next time. And it's just this weird thing where when you have a problem that you think no one can solve, you just go around trying to do your best to ignore it. Lady Zafira, pay me to make comments like that. Donate to fucking use command tip right now. When you have a problem you think nobody can solve, you do your best to try and basically control your feelings about it. You go through just trying to feel okay about it, and people know they can't help you, and so the most they ever say is if you're really, really struggling, they'll be like, I'm so sorry that you're sad, And it would feel like it would be incredibly rude for anyone to even acknowledge it. And then you meet someone who can solve the problem, and they're like, oh, that fucking thing on your face, yeah, I'll deal with that. And it's like, excuse me? But it's actually she's just being direct about doing the service that I would and then did pay her for. But it was just such a strange feeling. Anyway, let's transition over to this screen and play some more Shadow of the Colossus. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or share or donate directly using command tip. Let's get back to talking about communism. That's what I like to talk about. That's what I spend most of my waking hours talking about and thinking about too much. Anyway. We got any sock dems in chat? If you're a sock dem in chat, give me a little shout out. Just say woo, say, yo, I'm a sock dem. I believe in social democracy. And then my mods will ban you. I mean, people aren't usually that honest. I hate it. The awkward silence of them not wanting to say something obvious to them, but not to me. It's it is obvious. I'm saying it would be obvious to me, and I would know it was true, but I would just be trying to not feel how true it was, and just trying to just be okay with it. And then as soon as the possibility became real that I could do something about it, it just became really hard. Do you ever hide your online communist persona from normies, IRL, or friends? No, it gets me laid. Sorry. No, why would I? I want to make communism happen, so I need to red pill as many people as possible while I'm on this blue-green marble. Fucking, I gotta talk to everybody about it. It's very important. Maybe I'm missing a talking point, but even if somebody does something just because they are safer in society, being safe is reason enough to do something. Safety first is not a hollow phrase. No, I completely agree. I think that it's the kind of point of it is we should do all we can to change attitudes rather than people having to have surgery. But I think that realistically, I don't know how many people would be having surgery to make themselves safer, to fit in or whatever, as opposed to be happier with themselves. I'm a sock dem in that I sock dem liberals. Thank you. Oh, that raptor. That's a very good comment. Right, Kuramori, my favorite colossus. Let's pay some. Let's be respectful now.
I'm hungry.
You wanna get McDonald's?
We can do that.
Yeah, if you wanna.
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta order it though. Okay. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream so that Nat can have McDonald's right now.
It's really fucked up with us.
Communism is when I get nuggies. Communism is when I get nuggies in my mouth. What was I? I love magnet hands. Yes. I love that Wanda just has magnet hands. It's good. Oh, that was bad. That was poor. That was piss poor. That was fucking piss poor, Wanda. What are you doing, you useless fucking femboy? Jesus. Anyway. One of the reasons I really dislike Anprem shit is, like, what are you going to do about disabled people? Yeah, no, I mean, that's the main reason I dislike Anprem shit, to be honest. Like, trans people too, I guess. Although, like, I'm not opposed to drinking pregnant horse piss. For medicine, either. Yeah, literally. It's, you know, but, like, realistically, the two Davids, Graeber and Wentworth, point this out in Dawn of Everything. Like, there are examples of, like, so-called primitive societies taking care of disabled people. There are tons of them, right? Like, absolutely tons of them. Thank you very much, Dlurble, for donating a £1. Yeah, there are actually tons of examples of ancient societies taking care of disabled people, but, like, but Anprims never seem to have good answers when you ask them about disabled people, which to me says, you know, they don't really care or intend to take care of any disabled people. It's not accepting any of my credit cards, and it's not giving me the option of PayPal. This is anti-queer and anti-Canadian. I'm very sorry. But you do owe me money now for talking about my tits.
Stop.
So you have to. No, they posted about my tits in chat.
Oh.
They're trying to do the right thing.
Okay.
Um.
I'm gonna have an Ovaltine. Do you want a cup of tea or anything?
Yeah, a tea would be really nice. Thank you. I do personally think that the social model of disability is a pretty powerful framework to understand how society puts up barriers for trans people and describing in general how people are minoritized. Yeah, I think that that's a place where we got to deal with the problem of, like, are we talking an analogy right now? Are we using allegory? Are we describing people's, like, experiences as being fundamentally similar? Or are we trying to make some kind of metaphysical claim, right? Like, because, and this is kind of where a lot of shit somewhat falls apart, in my opinion. Is, like, we're like, we need to sometimes think about, like, the consequences of things on their own terms, right? Like, pathologization of trans people is not bad because it's bad because it treats us like we have a disease. And it would be bad to have a disease, because, like, again, you know, right, in this comparison, right, like, disabled people, it's not bad to have just, like, something wrong medically. There's no inherent moral weight to disability or chronic illness or anything, or to having to take pills, you know, once a day to, you know, keep your massive honkers so you can make money on Twitch. you know, there's nothing bad about having massive honkers to make money on Twitch, morally. But I've lost the plot. But it's the consequences of pathologization, right? Because then it's like people talking about wanting to cure transness, right? For example, and then it's like people taking approaches that they think that they can decide what to do about the you know, supposed disease that you have or whatever. I think we have to remember that, because it's actually worth for our solidarity and ability to take care of one another. Derailed by honkers. I frequently am. God, I love women. Oh no, I'm thinking about honkers. No, I really am. I mean, my brain has been ruined. You know, I think that, you know, drawing on the experiences of disabled people to talk about transness, drawing on transness to talk about the experiences of disabled people, it's valid, and like a fear of allowing pathologization to not let us like have solidarity to one another would, you know, it would be a shame. Can't kill giants, brain full of tib. Yeah, true. Thank you, my love. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm fine.
I'm not afraid of ghosts. I'm not afraid of something. I'm just afraid of snakes. They really freak me out. Where are their arms and legs?
It's not okay.
I'm just imagining no one on stream being able to hear me and just hearing you going, it's not okay.
I mean, I'm very sure that just happened to... I fucking died! No! Piss. Lady Zafira, I will accept your money at any point that you are able to pay it, but you do owe me money for talking about my tits. I'm just teasing. You don't. I mean, like, I think maybe it's a worthwhile policy, honestly. Chat, you're allowed to talk about my tits, but it costs you money. I think that's a valid policy. What were we talking about before, though? I like transhumanism and think the ideas behind it are great. Then I remember eugenics are a thing, and I don't get as hyped about it. Don't let bad things spoil your enjoyment of good things. That's my take. That's the take I'm trying to repeat over and over again here. I think transhumanism is excellent. Just deeply, deeply excellent. And I don't let, like... You know, Caleb Maupin exists. I don't let that ruin communism for me. Yes, Lady Zafira, that would count. I will accept that. Fayhaven has cheered 100 bits and says, booba. Thank you, Fayhaven. Often find modern ideals are a major issue as a disabled and autistic NB in creating a society that takes care of its members. Yeah, I mean, I think for sure. I think that one thing is like, so I'm on this big kick of anti-modernism recently, and I don't mean being an anarcho-primitivist. I don't mean like rejecting modernity. I mean modernism, the school of thought. Because I've written this pathologic script, and a lot of it is about how bad modernism is. All my homies hate modernism, etc. It's basically like it's just the school of thought of like governance, of urban design, etc. Of like thinking that people can be thought of as like these little units to be like slotted into a system that will make them like behave perfectly. Did I just die? No, I had health when I was on the ground. and I literally just like fucking dropped dead because I hit some weird geometry. What the fuck? Sorry guys, I'm capitalist now. Morpin 2 cringe. Are you ordering McDonald's?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like a chicken wrap. No, I wouldn't. I'd like chicken select.
Okay.
Okay, I love you. Modernism is a plague of the mind that has torn out the heart of humanity, and no one can change my mind. Thank you. That's a deeply excellent phrase. What was the deeply excellent phrase? She's postmodernist. I mean, I am a postmodernist. Thank you, Pata Patato, for the £15. Money for Vibio. I'm happy that you're happy, and now after the surgery, you look radiant. By the way, you pronounced my name correctly. Hooray! I did it! Modernism killed you. I wouldn't fucking put it past those bastards.
I confirm I'm over 18 and won't use the app whilst driving.
If you were under 18 and would use the app whilst driving, there are a lot of problems in the situation where you are using the app while driving as a minor, just ordering McDonald's in like a stolen car.
Confirm I'm under 18 and won't take drugs in the McDonald's.
I confirm I'm under 18. I'm high as fuck. Jesus, take the wheel. Anyway, if you hate modernism, why use computers, Sophie? You are correct, and furthermore, I need to remember the command. What the fuck is the command? Shit. Shit. Hang on. No, I have something for this. Hey, Mule!
Mule!
Is it this command? Is it this command? Beautiful. I remembered my Nightbot commands. We're seeing Mule tomorrow. Actually, we need to go to bed when after we've had. We should end the stream when the McDonald's gets here, and then go to bed right after that because we have to get up early and go see Mule. We're hanging out with DJ Mule. Hell yes! It's gonna be so fucking good. I love Sophie. I love Nat. I love Mule. What was I gonna say? Modernism is best explained through this David Graeber quote, right? David Graeber was like, Stalinism didn't go away. It's just that the immortal economic science that the ruling class used to the government used to like tell everyone else that they know absolutely exactly what to do and that everyone else should just shut up and deal with the consequences of it is no longer Marxism-Leninism. It's just free market economics, right? And it's like modernism is that, right? Modernism is like the fucking ideology of the ruling class can be what? Oh shit! It was the poison gas. Shit. The ideology of the ruling class can be whatever fucking shit, right? But modernism is this structure, in terms of governance, modernism is this structure where, like, we've figured it out with the scientific method, and you can't question it because then you'd be questioning science, right? And science has never done anything wrong, except eugenics, race science, Richard Dawkins. And so we're using Marxism-Leninism. We're using dialectical material. Where the fuck is that guy who was in earlier? Where was the fucking? There was a Twitch troll in earlier while you were calling your brother, who was just like, just the most asinine, just like 1 or 2 sentence comments. Anarchism cannot overthrow capitalism. Shit like this, and it was just like, bud, come on, just explain your position ever so slightly more. I'm giving you like so much mileage. I'm giving you like so much patience and like talking through your points, but you're just like you're just only saying like 1 sentence. It was so frustrating. I have a question for them if they come back though. Actually, you know the question.
That's a good question. Do you want a burger?
No, I want chicken.
Just chicken?
I want chicken selects, fries, and a banana milkshake.
Nice.
No, I don't. I want Fanta.
Nice.
Yeah. yeah, modernism is the structure where, like, you know, there's an immortal science at play, so don't question the decisions that the ruling class have made. Be that ruling class, you know, Stalin's government, the bourgeoisie, the aristocracy, the whatever, the landlords, Elon Musk's brain in a fucking cyborg suit, because it's scientific. And because it's scientific, you can't question it. And that's the plague. Like, that's the fucking... I'm so against this. Like, I've as I've come to grapple with this, a bunch of this has been in me writing my Pathologic script, by the way. So, like, if people didn't know I'm making a video about Pathologic, it's off to my editor right now. I usually edit my own videos. I'm trying having an editor and seeing how it goes. So much of that is about how fucking garbage modernism is. It's really just an extended, like, half-hour, like, roast of modernism, to be honest.
Do you want a McFlurry?
No thanks. Pathologic 1 or 2. Yes. It's very scientific to never question science. Now I feel smart. Yeah. Science is cool and all, but it should be a tool and not God. Modernism replaced God with science and told everyone to shut up and eat their gruel. Thank you. Yes. Correct. Been lurking since Lance raided cooking dinner. Been a minute since been here. You're looking gorgeous, Sophie from Mars. Followed you during Red Planet right after you made your documentary. Want to thank you even... hang on, sorry. I'm not reading the message very well, so I'm just going to click over to here. Been lurking since Lance raided cooking dinner. Been a minute since been here. You're looking gorgeous. Thank you very much. Followed you during Red Planet days right after you made your documentary. Want to thank you, even though I was trans for 59 years. You finally helped me come out. Oh my god. At VA, getting ready to start HRT after. Wow. Oh my god, congratulations. I'm so excited for you and, like, proud of you. That's amazing. I'm just... Congratulations on being on this journey. I think that starting HRT is probably the most exciting journey that anyone can be on, and I... Wow. You knew you were trans for 59 years, and I helped you to come out? I don't think I have words for that. Just well done. That's really fucking cool. Thank you for telling me about that. That's just magical. Congratulations. I'm gonna play the game, but well done. God in the sense of higher authority too, not the spiritual fulfillment bit. Yeah, absolutely. The scientific method is just this higher authority. Do not question it. Is the vibe. The very piss poor vibe. Oh god, I'm getting shot by... No, I can't believe how much I'm dying to Kuromori right now. This is humiliating. I know how Liz Truss feels. I'm gonna piss myself next. For those who don't know about Red Planet, by the way, because we had a big raid from the serfs earlier, and I know that not all of you will know about Red Planet. So Red Planet is a show that we do 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. UK time on twitch.tv/Kira Chats. And it's me, DJ Mule, Conquest of Dread, and Kira. And it's a fucking good show. After like every episode, I'm like, holy shit, that might have been the best episode we ever did. It's really good. I'm really, really proud of it. It might be the thing I'm most proud of that I work on. For now, anyway. I'm currently working on some projects I'm very excited about for my channel. But, like, Red Planet is amazing. And I'm so hyped about it week after week, honestly. Last week we did an episode talking to a friend of mine who is a researcher on HRT DIYing, talking about the phenomenon of it, why people have to do it, like what are safe ways to do it, how people can like start their own like production basically. And yeah, it was really cool. The week before that we talked to the Prisoner Solidarity Network, who are a network in the UK, who are doing incredible stuff for prison abolition. We've talked to Palestine Action. We've talked to the Anti-Raids Network, who fight against immigration raids and basically tell the Home Office to get fucked, which is one of the most based things that anyone can do. We've had incredible episodes that I've been really, really proud of, and I really encourage everyone to check it out. You can find some of the VODs on Kira Chats' YouTube. You can find some on my Sophie from Mars streams VOD channel. We will soon have a Red Planet VOD channel just for Red Planet VODs. Get high on your own supply of HRT. Yes, in a place where it's legal to make your own HRT. And nowhere else, because the law is the arbiter of morality. Red Planet is, as the kids say, very pog champion. I completely agree. I'm really proud of this thing we make. I love it. Genuinely, I'm blown away by the stuff that we manage to do with it, week in, week out. Who else have we talked to? We had Lena on, and we had a chat about the Imperial Core and Imperial Periphery. We did an episode about Climate Leviathan as a model for understanding the political future of the planet under the climate crisis. That was fantastic. Soon we're going to be doing a follow-up episode where we read through an article, which I thought was really, really good, about, So Climate Leviathan, for those who aren't familiar, proposes 4 planetary futures, but they're really kind of, it's really kind of a political compass for understanding your politics in a future shaped by the climate crisis. So there's Climate Leviathan, which is very much like the modern neoliberal capitalist order, and frankly, once you reckon with what Climate Leviathan really means, you will understand that social democrats are indistinguishable from any other kind of liberal capitalist in terms of what they believe in for the planetary future. Climate Leviathan, Climate Behemoth, essentially the very like Trumpian kind of isolationist fascism that we see, trying to protect like only your dudes from the worst effects of climate change. Climate Mao, like a kind of communist authoritarian approach to giving everyone what they need in a moneyless society, but dictating everything using the authority of the climate crisis to say, we solved this, so you can't question our authority because we're the ones who are stopping the climate crisis from getting out of hand. And then Climate X, a kind of proposed unknown future, a very anarchist kind of idea of like many different post-capitalist, anti-capitalist ways of living existing in a patchwork together. And there is something that people have proposed since the publication of the book Climate Leviathan by Joel Wainwright and Jeff Mann. Really, really seriously check out Climate Leviathan if you can. It's a really fucking good book. There's an article in response to it called Climate Lenin, which is proposing something kind of between Climate Mao and Climate X, which is really interesting, and I'm really excited to be able to talk about it on the show in the next few weeks sometime. It's going to be really fucking good. Yeah. We don't use this one for... what? The Mad Max option? Yeah, Climate Behemoth is the Mad Max option. Is Immortan Joe. Like, is literally the politics of Immortan Joe from Mad Max Fury Road. The thing is, the thing is, when you read Climate Leviathan or have an understanding of Climate Leviathan, Mad Max Fury Road becomes like so crystal clear as like a conversation between Climate Behemoth and Climate X, and it's fantastic. Like, it's really fucking good. And by the way, the reason that I say that like it's a political compass, despite the authors kind of saying it's about planetary futures, is because like it matters what future people are fighting for, basically. And like this is a point that I make about like doomerism in this like climate doomerism script that I'm currently writing, this essay, is that like if you are thinking that climate change is going to kill us all, then it doesn't matter what your ideology is, you are backing climate leviathan. Like, you are not functionally, like, doing fuck all to actually challenge the formation of the capitalist planetary sovereignty. Like, you need to actually, like, believe in fighting for a better world and do so. You can't just be like a communist hypothetically, but we're all gonna die, so nothing matters. They have the authors on Climate Leviathan on one of the really early episodes of It Could Happen Here's Daily Show. Yeah, I know. So I started doing organizing interviews. So I started doing organizing interviews because I was like, with the platform that I am afforded by modern social media, I need to be telling people about direct action and mutual aid that they can be taking part in, because it's literally, in the world we live in, I think it's irresponsible not to be using your platform that way. That's the way I think of it. Like, literally irresponsible not to be. I don't think that it's a cool thing you can do. I think if you have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, you gotta try and tell people that they can, like, resist eviction raids or whatever. Then we got together and decided to do Red Planet, and that kind of replaced organizing interviews. But during the process of me recording the first round of organizing interviews and trying to put them out, Robert Evans announced season 2 of It Could Happen Here, and I was just like, fuck. I was on that good shit. I was on that raw sauce, and Robert Evans beat me to it. To be fair, It Could Happen Here is like, oh no, I mean,
Like, this is the coolest shit.
I love It Could Happen Here. It's an amazing show. It's an incredible fucking show. Climate doomers are so annoying. Like, we are unfortunately going to survive and have to pick up the pieces. I don't think of it that way at all. I think we're going to survive and make a beautiful, loving world. But the future is unknowable and determined by how hard we fight for it now. So we have to fucking fight for it, right? We can, and I believe will, make communism. We just have to reject doomerism and, like, do all we can now. I think that, like, I think that it's like climate change and fascism and neoliberalism, but I repeat myself, are going to, like, take millions or billions of us with them, right? On the way out. But, like, we can do so much in the meantime. We can really make a difference, and, like, we will make a better world. It's just about how fast we do it. How fast we do it is how much we reduce the death toll, basically. Oh, for fuck's sake, Wanda, you useless fucking femboy. You too can be a big communism builder. Yes. Yes, you can. Thank you, Ribbit. It's a good one, yeah. It still stings when someone beats you to the punch you are working towards. It doesn't, because because we need as many people as possible doing it. I want as many people as possible to copy Red Planet. Everyone should be doing this. It doesn't sting. It's literally like fucking... I mean it when I say people who have a large platform who are not using it to talk about direct action and mutual aid, and, like, how linking up systems of mutual aid can literally lead to dual power, can literally lead to communism, like, are using their platforms irresponsibly. This is before I even get to liberals, or, like, people who are willfully using their platforms in harmful ways, like fucking Sargon of Akkad or whatever. Leftists who are just like, you gotta fucking do the shit, right? You just gotta. If you have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, let alone if you have 1 million, you gotta do this. You just gotta. I don't care about getting copied, and I don't care about who does it first. We just gotta, we just make a difference by doing this, so we just gotta do it. That's what being a communist means. Like, we just gotta fucking do it. It's not about, yeah. This is also, by the way, a big, like, another part of why I reject factionalism and, like, dogmatism and, like, the being precious over tendencies so much, is because I find it to be an incredibly online, but online for people who don't really do much thing. Because people in organizations that I've spoken to, in mutual aid societies, or in, like, direct action organizations, they don't fucking care very much about ideology. Like, they're not, like they'll be doing, like, reading groups together, they'll be, like, learning stuff together, but I've spoken to anarchists who are, like, our biggest inspiration are the Black Panthers. Several different groups of anarchists who are, like, our biggest inspiration are the Black Panthers, right? It's people who are just, like, we are coming together to do the thing. What your ideology is doesn't matter, because, by the way, the people you will be working with the most of are fucking liberals. Right? And you might turn them into communists through your reading group, of your direct action group, of your mutual aid org, right? You might change their mind on that. You might change their their explicitly stated ideology, but what matters is that you're doing the shit together, right? And then when it comes to, like, influencers, communists online, working together using our platforms, it also doesn't fucking matter whether we're Marxists or anarchists. It also doesn't fucking matter. It matters that we highlight those people who are doing the shit in the real world, and it matters that we talk about the things that are genuinely, like, impeding our politics as online leftists. By the way, the single biggest issue for that is surveillance. That's the thing that if you care about online politics, surveillance is the single issue that, like, you should be never shutting up about. But, like, that's supposing that you are, you know, using your platform for anything useful in the first place, rather than just, like, you gotta realize that, like, the immortal revolutionary science versus Kropotkin based and Kropotkin pilled anarcho champs is just for people who aren't, like, in touch with any real world shit that's going on, and haven't even thought about, like, what they want to really use their online platform for either. It's not real. It's not super real. Like, it's like the betrayal of the anarchists by the Bolsheviks, right, is a big deal, because the anarchists worked with the Bolsheviks to make the revolution happen. Fucking Makhno fucking worked with the Bolsheviks to make the revolution happen. The betrayal is a big deal because in the first fucking place they just, like, focused on what was in front of them and got the shit done. Like, it's just I am deeply bothered by this, and this is not, like, a classic appeal to, like, left unity. I do believe that people should, like, figure out with one another, like, the kind of world that they want to live in and try and build it. But fuck, man, the planet's on fire. Like, we agree capitalism is bad. We agree we want to live in some kind of society where everyone gets, like, their needs met. Cool. Great. Let's focus on beating the capitalists. It won't deliver? What app are you in? Use Deliveroo. Alright, it's like... It's like 1 a.m. anyway. We should just give up on this.
Yeah, I had my booking.
Okay. You tried.
I tried.
Okay.
Probably for the best.
Story Girl says, "Hi, Sophie." Hello, Story Girl.
It is for the best because we were going to get McDonald's breakfast.
Well, we should do that anyway.
Yeah.
Alright, everyone. I think I gotta wrap up in a mo. I'm just gonna give this one more quick go. If you've been enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or share or donate directly using command tip. If you enjoy my stuff in general and want to pay for my work in general, please check out patreon.com/Sophie from Mars. It's the center of all the stuff that I do. And there's good stuff on there, such as my pathologic script if you want to read that. That's $3 or more than $3 if you want to read it. I have an unpublished video script about The Forgotten City, which is a good little game. I'm gonna have a script for Monster Men Episode 4 about kaiju and giant myths going up really soon. So if you want to check that out, please do. If you want to see the Doomerism script that I'm talking about, that will also be there up early there. And then the videos of all of those, when I've made the videos, will also go up on Patreon early as well. So if you're interested in seeing my work early, if you just want to support everything that I do, including, by the way, Red Planet, because, you know, the hosts aren't paid for doing Red Planet. If you want to support that, patreon.com/Sophie from Mars. If you want to support Red Planet directly, we currently have a producer who we're trying to pay. So please check out patreon.com/red_planet as well. But if you like my work and you want to check out my stuff, see my stuff early, support my work, patreon.com/Sophie from Mars. If you want to support my streaming in particular, subscribe, cheer, donate directly using command tip. Yeah. It's so fucking hard to talk about socialism or communism in Ukraine because for people here, communism equals Soviet Union equals Russia, and Russia is not great. Yeah, that makes sense. That's pretty much what I'd expect. I remember Yanis Varoufakis saying that, like, the DiEM25 movement, they used the term democracy in Europe movement because they wanted to say socialist, but they were like, well, you know, of the 25 countries we're trying to campaign in, some of them are Eastern European, former Soviet bloc countries, and like it won't actually go over too well for us to say that we're socialists, unfortunately. Been lurking a bit. As an anarchist, I can remember Kronstadt without obsessing over it. I'll work with anyone who can help to deliver my objectives on ending poverty, mitigating climate change, and ending capitalism. That's exactly it. That's just exactly it. I also find, by the way, like, white anarchists in the Imperial Core talking as if, like, white anarchism is the thing. Is like the center of like mutual aid organizing and the building of socialism. Kind of sickening. Like there just are a lot of like black orgs, for example, in the US that are Marxist-Leninist or Maoist or whatever, who are like in the middle of a community actually helping like disenfranchised people living in poverty, people struck by disasters or whatever right now, and they just like a lot of like white anarchists on social media being like Marxism, Leninism, or Maoism, whatever. It's authoritarianism. These people are crazy, and it's just like, what's fucking. I think that you might be just finding a way to ignore people of color with extra steps, like.
See, the debate bro left's entire reaction to
yes.
Luna. Just
Seriously.
Like, honestly,
Seriously. Oh, again, I love it could happen here, but like, for example, the fact that Robert Evans has said that, like, you know, like has talked about libertarians being a kind of person because they tend to be like preppers who you might like find yourself working with through this, but has not talked about Marxist-Leninists or Maoists. I'm like, that is unfortunate, right? That's the thing that, like, I'm just like, there's a racial bias there to be like to actively highlight in a conversation about like people of different ideologies who you should be open to working with because ideology doesn't matter when you're trying to help people, to actively highlight libertarians. I'm like,
maybe he just sees it as more niche, but
it could be that he.
kind of a bias.
It could be that he was trying to think of like the people who are the furthest ideology from you that you could work with, and I'll take that as completely fine. I'm not really trying to. I'm trying to talk about like a bias here. I'm not trying to talk about like a malicious, willful problem. I adore Robert Evans. I make no secret of being an enormous fangirl. I'm just like, it's you know, it's just an example of the kind of thinking that I think white anarchists fall into. That's unfortunate, basically. I don't care for authoritarianism, but if you're doing the work, I'll stand by you. Also, I mean, when we're talking about like a black nationalist group within the U.S. or say a nationalist liberatory group in the imperial periphery who are Marxist-Leninists, I'm kind of curious what we mean by authoritarianism, like to classify Marxism-Leninism or other Marxist strains as authoritarian when what people are doing is trying to just like create their own sovereignty and escape from the oppression of like a colonial power or the white supremacist state or whatever. I'm just like, why are we calling that authoritarian? Like, earlier on this stream, I talked about my problems with democratic centralism as a mode of organizing, right? And you could say that my problem that I'm outlining was to do with authoritarianism, but it was also to do with like a misguided approach to democracy, in my opinion. I think there's a tendency for us to buy into a little bit of like almost Fox Newsy propaganda and think that anything. And a lot of Orientalism. I'll take that point. And think that anything other than free market capitalism is authoritarian, right? Because neoliberalism is this ideology that's really good at hiding itself in social Darwinism and like law of the jungle kind of shit. And that's just, it's just like it's the free market. So it's not any kind of ideology. It's just maths.
No one's making any decisions.
Right. And as I also highlighted earlier on this stream in talking about Rishi Sunak, like, no, neoliberals are incredibly authoritarian if the word authoritarian is to be, construed with meaning, which it is, to be clear. I'm not saying it shouldn't. I'm just saying, like, insofar as, like, if words mean things, neoliberals are authoritarian as hell, but neoliberal propaganda... fuck sock dems. But neoliberal propaganda tends to paint really anything that's presenting an alternative to capitalism as authoritarian, right? See all of the like propaganda against wokeness being painted as authoritarian. See Jordan Peterson saying that pronouns are Maoist, right? I think there's just a tendency where it's like authoritarian is used to mean someone has a plan and it's not you, right? The authority, the author of society, and it's not you who's getting a say, but it's like, but unless you would also correctly, to be clear, point out that neoliberal capitalism is incredibly authoritarian, right, then I take a little umbrage then at the use of the word authoritarian, because I just want to know that people are using it knowing that we live in quite increasing and severe authoritarianism now. Is the end of thought. I'm done. We'll see you councils who, woke moralists. That's right. God, he's funny. God, he's a fucking funny dude. He's just got oatmeal for brains. Oh, I did it. I did it while he was rolling over. Holy shit. Fuck yes. That's better. Okay, I'm going to pause here. I'm going to check out my current run time. I think it's gone way, way, way over because of all those deaths that I had to Kuramori. I still want to check it out. And then, yeah. So, cool. And then we'll wrap up. I'm glad I finally killed Kuramori there. That was really frustrating me. I'm reflecting on the run. I got the first exploits perfectly, like really, really well. I got up onto Valus's face. I did the jump down onto Quadratus really well. I managed to pull off the sword flip a couple of times. No, I did it one time in this run. But then I fell off, which was really frustrating. Yeah, that's a bullshit. That's a dog shit time. That's fine. Whatever, I knew I was doing badly. I don't really know any exploits for Equus, which is unfortunate. Is it Equus, the horse? No, the horse has a different name. It's after that knight. No, for the folklore, the horse that like drags you into. Anyway, hard mode Koromori is one of the most difficult colossi. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think in the first 2 or 3, I was doing pretty well, and I had a pretty solid time, especially for like doing this all while chatting with chat. I think that things really fell apart past that, to be honest. I definitely need to get that sword flip down. That's the bit that's really bugging me. That's the bit that's just like, it's so fucking hard. Anyway, I'm gonna stream again, probably next week. I'm gonna try and so I got a lot of work on at the moment. I got a lot of writing I gotta get done, and this week I'm going to see Mule for the next couple of days. But in a few weeks' time, I'd really like to get back to a couple of streams a week. I'm going to be playing some Pathologic, and I'm going to be playing some more Shadow of the Colossus. After I'm done with Pathologic, I really want to start playing some Metal Gear Solid games. Unless something else catches my eye, but I might work that in as well. So, no more streams this week, but on Sunday, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. GMT. Is it GMT at the moment? It is, yeah. There's Red Planet on twitch.tv/KiraChat, so check that out. What else was I going to say? If you've been enjoying the stream, last chance to consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. But if not, go check out my Patreon, patreon.com/SophieFromMars. I'd really appreciate it. And in the meantime, I hope everyone has a great week. And I'll see you I'll see you on Sunday, is the thing. I will for sure see you on Sunday. Kyrios Diocles, thank you so much for subscribing just now. Hey, I'm fucking subscribing over here. Sorry I missed the rest of the stream today. I appreciate the subscription. It's okay. Yeah, patreon.com/SophieFromMars. I am going to be releasing some videos about I got my Monster Man episode about giants and giant myths. I got my Pathologic video. I got my Doomerism video. I have a project that's very much like in the works, but like about apocalypse preachers. I'm doing something called On the Character of Revolutions in upcoming months. I'm going to be doing stuff about spiritual socialism. I have a lot of stuff in the works that I'm really, really excited about. And I'm starting to get back into the swing of things. I'm going to start releasing some unscripted videos as well, where I take a few notes and I kind of ramble a bit and then edit it down into something. It's a little bit like my Life on Mars video, if people are kind of into that vibe. And yeah, so there's a lot coming up on my channel. If you are interested in seeing it early, patreon.com/SophieFromMars, and I really appreciate the help there, the support. It means a lot to me, and it makes all of my work possible. Let's raid into the new producer of Red Planet, that Conrad Zimmerman. Go say hi to Conrad. He is a lovely boy. And I'll see you all on Sunday, 8 p.m. UK time, on twitch.tv/KiraChats. Okay? Cool. Let's do it. Thank you all so much for the stream today. It was really nice to hang out. Good night, everybody.